All right. We're live.
Oh, there we go. Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting, April 20th, 2021. This meeting is being held pursuant to and in compliance with ordinance number 20-A16, an ordinance to ensure the continuity of government during the COVID-19 disaster. Opportunities for the public to access and participate in the electronic meeting will be posted on the www.albemarle.org/community/county calendar when available. Sir, would you call the order?
Yes, I will. Mr. Bailey,
Present.
Mr. Keller,
Present in the lovely Simeon neighborhood of Albemarle County.
Okay.
Ms. Firehawk,
Here.
Mr. Randolph,
Present.
Mr. Bivens,
Yes.
Ms. Moore, no Ms. Moore,
Nope.
Mr. Claiborne,
Present.
Mr. Carazana,
Present.
thank you.
Believe we have a quorum. So are there any matters not listed on the agenda from the public this evening?
No, sir, there are not.
Thank you very much. Then in that case, I'd like, we have an item for deferral, and that's SP 2019-000014 and SP 2019-15 Blue Ridge Swim Club Amendment, and they're asking for a deferral to May 4th, 2021. Is there a motion
Move to defer.
to that date?
I motion to defer.
To that date.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. There's a motion by Karen and seconded by Tim. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Randolph,
Aye.
Ms. Firehawk,
Aye.
Mr. Keller,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's carried. And if Charles, if you would inform the applicant that we'll look forward to seeing them on May the 4th. Moving on to our public hearing on SP 2020-02 Montague Park. May we have the staff report, please?
Thank you. I just want to say real quick that I think we're having a little trouble getting the applicant and their representative. Here we go. They're logging in now. Okay, so Mr. Maynard Sipe is the applicant's representative, and he's now joined the meeting, so he'll be available to answer questions. Also, Pat Riley, who's one of the coaches at MonU, will be available to make a presentation and answer questions. So just want to let you all know that in advance. So this is a special use permit amendment request. You can see here on the map in red is the location of the Crockett Corporation property that is currently being used by the MonU Soccer Club. They originally applied for a special use permit to use the site back in 2010. They are requesting to amend that permit for the facility that currently has 4 soccer fields and 96 parking spaces to increase the number of fields to 7. They are not requesting to change the number of parking spaces on the site. As I believe several of you got messages saying that that was the case. It is not. The 96 will not change. They are extending the hours of operation and changing some of the timing conditions, which I'll give more details on in a moment. Remove the existing condition prohibiting irrigation and removing the condition prohibiting games and practice sessions during certain major events at the soccer facility located to the east, also on Polo Grounds Road. So I wanted to start with a topographic map and give you an idea of the site. Again, this is located between two portions of the development areas in a narrow strip of rural area along the South Fork Ravenna, in the floodplain of that river, just east of the South Fork Ravenna Reservoir Dam. As you can see, there's over 100-foot difference in elevation between the soccer area and the high points of the surrounding properties to the north and south. And yet again, the property is entirely in the 100-year floodplain. And then there are some significant slopes surrounding the area, but not so many on the site itself. It's just an oblique view, so you can see a recent aerial photo of the site. The site is, again, designated rural areas in the comprehensive plan, as you can see on this map. But it is actually included in some portions of the Places 29 plan that's been adopted. And I just want to show you this. Again, this is the site here along Polo Grounds Road, and there are multi-use path and trail designations in the comprehensive plan going into Brook Hill, going along 29, and then along the river itself. This is the original plan for the site, which shows the overall layout and shows 4 soccer field locations as examples. This is the more recent proposal for fitting 7 fields on the site. Again, the parking area is not changing or increasing, and there are 7 fields laid out. These are meant to be entirely in the existing open area, so they're not intruding into the stands of woods, into the wooded streamlet up here, or onto the riparian buffer, the wooded riparian buffer along the South Fork. And as Firehawk had asked earlier today about the distance from these fields to the river, the closest I could find was this corner here, about 125 feet. Again, these fields are not locked down to the foot. They're just marked out on the grass with chalk. They can shift as needed, but that's roughly where that would be, is 125 feet. This one down here looks like it's closer, but that's because the river pulls away. It's about 250 feet down there. So details of the proposal. It would allow the applicants to increase from 4 fields to 7. However, they would still be limited to 4 for the purpose of games. This means that they can rotate the fields to avoid wear and to manage seeding and watering without increasing the on-site capacity at any given time. There might be a little bit more use because 4 fields are still being used for games, and maybe they would have warm-ups or practice on the other ones, but they're still very much limited by the cap on parking. Change in hours of operation. The existing Monday to Friday, 11 to 4, and Saturday and Sunday, 11 to 6, would change to 8 a.m. to sunset daily. This was a difficult situation for the applicants in that they had a very short period each day to fit all their activities in. Removing the seasonal limits on operation, removing the condition, which I'll detail at the end, prohibiting uses on the same days as specific soccer uses, replacing the condition prohibiting irrigation on the facility with the condition permitting irrigation with temporary pumps using water from the South Fork Ravenna, so it's over the bank irrigation with a hose, not a permanent facility. And there is no change to the existing prohibitions on lighting or outdoor amplified sound. So to address the standard terms or guidelines for special use permit approvals on substantial detriment, as outdoor lighting and sound would still be prohibited and there would be no structures on the site. We didn't feel that there was detriment to the adjacent parcels. The open space character of the area would be unchanged. Again, this is a former farm field being currently used for soccer fields. That wouldn't really change, and the level of overall use in the site at any time would not change significantly. Harmony with the purposes of the ordinance, given the low impact nature of this use, it could return to agricultural use at any time. So there's no real impact on our concerns with protecting rural area agriculture and resources there. It's not located in the watershed of a public water supply. It doesn't really create demand for public services other than, we hope not, but occasionally EMS calls. And there are no built facilities here, obviously, because it's in the floodplain. There were 3 issues to address on public health and safety. The original permit raised a lot of concern in the community, as has this amendment, about the traffic impacts of this use on Polo Grounds Road and its intersection with US 29. That road has significantly changed since 2010. We have added signals, turn lanes. We've closed the westbound crossing to Rio Mills Road and the eastbound crossing from Rio Mills Road. So given the increased capacity and these design changes at the intersection, our transportation planning staff felt that the significant upgrades to capacity from those road changes that were put in place to accommodate the Brook Hill development across Polo Grounds Road would permit this use to continue and upgrade slightly without having significant road traffic impacts. And again, I should point out that while the hours of operation and the season of operation are getting longer, the total amount for any given moment in a day can't really increase much because the parking is not being added to. The condition, the removal of the prohibition on field irrigation, the applicants did a really good job on this and contacted DEQ before they even applied with us and got their guidelines on how to withdraw river water for irrigation while staying below the standards that would require a more stringent permit or any permit from DEQ. So we are recommending a condition that follows those DEQ guidelines. And third, the site is located about half a mile downstream of the South Fork Rivanna Dam. RWSA has recommended the posting of dam breach hazard signage on the site, and we have recommended a new condition imposing that requirement. Finally, consistency with the comprehensive plan. Again, rural area goals support agriculture, forestry, water protection, natural and cultural resource protection. This is a recreational use that doesn't directly support those goals, but given its low impact nature and the lack of facilities that change the land or cause any grading or excavation, the site can easily return to other more appropriate rural uses in the future. So we didn't feel that there was any significant or permanent impact there. So in summary, factors favorable of the upgrades to Polo Ground Road and the US 29 intersection. The fact that the maximum of 4 games would still apply, meaning the level of use would not change significantly. And the use, as I said, is a low impact design. The unfavorable factor was, if any, was the increase in operational hours and the additional months that would be used. However, while there would be more days while the use had impacts, the total impact at any one time would still be capped by the limits on the parking area and the number of fields that can be used for games, which are the main generator of traffic. So we are recommending approval with these modifications to the previous conditions. I will just run through them very quickly in outline form rather than reading them to you. The main changes are that for new condition 2, that seven field layout I showed you would now apply. New number 3 would be the requirement to add the flood safety signage recommended by RWSA. Number 4 is just changing the hours. Number 7 is changing from no irrigation to irrigation that must be withdrawn from the Ravenna River using a temporary over-the-bank hose, no permanent changes to the riverbank, and no removal of trees for this purpose. And then condition 12 is the one that was originally designed to avoid 4 very specific events at Monument Park. Again, given the traffic volume that's being accommodated for Brook Hill, for the residential development along Polo Grounds Road, this no longer seemed necessary and permits the Monu use to continue without being under the control of a different use, which they have no say in. So those are the recommended conditions. There are a couple of motions for you here, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Can I see, let me see the, can you unshare your screen for just a second, please? Thank you. And I can see them. Are there any questions for Scott before we move to hear from the applicant? Karen and Karen.
Okay. So these questions are for staff, but Mr. Clark, if you can't answer them, that's fine to leave them for the applicant. I have about 4 or 5 questions.
I will do my best.
Question is, thanks. My first question is, why was it ever limited to not being able to start at 11? Was it to avoid the rush hour traffic
Yes.
interference?
Yeah. We were just,
Okay.
it is hard to remember that
All
long
right.
ago, but yeah, that was basically.
Okay. And then I was curious, how much, can you state again how much water per day they wanted to withdraw from the river in the months of, I guess it's July and August? And I'm just sort of trying to get a sense of how much water per day and how much water per month. I understand it's below the DEQ permit requirement. It's not a major irrigation, but I'm trying to get a handle on the volume.
Right. The DEQ line is at 10,000 gallons a day, and above that, you would need a river water withdrawal permit. From what I understand from the applicants, they expect to stay significantly below that. They can address this more accurately than I can, but I believe I remember they said that 10,000 gallons would be enough for at least a few days worth of the irrigation that they do. And again, as we discussed earlier, the base flow in the river here is on the order of 20 million gallons a day. So something like 3,000 to 4,000 gallons a day is not a significant portion of that.
Okay, and my last question for you is in the staff report, you mentioned that they only used 96 parking spaces, I think, or that's how many they have. Do we have any sense of how many they currently tend to use? Because I know the residents are concerned, some residents of that area are concerned about an increase in volume because there'll be more fields available, that there would be more use.
Yeah, and I've seen that concern as well. I don't know what their current use level is, and I assume Mr. Sipe can address that. But the way, even though it's a gravel parking area, we had them design it according to, it was sized so it would fit 96 spaces. There isn't really any room to increase it in that existing gravel area. So they would have had to come in with a revised conceptual plan showing a large area to fit any more spaces in there. I know there's some people in the community have gotten the impression that there's an additional 96 coming in. That's not the case.
Karen, are you okay? I heard you.
Okay.
You're
Thank
first. Okay. So Corey and then Rick.
Scott, this might be a silly question, but I'm curious, is there anything that says that this site must be used for soccer? I understand the conditions say that the fields must be arranged in a certain way, but is there anything that prevents someone from using it for some other use? This is just an open field with the lines just drawn on or painted on.
Yeah, the permit is for the single recreational use category and zoning ordinance that we use athletic facilities. So that's a catch-all for everything. So lots of uses could go in that, but I believe since the conditions and the conceptual plan are so specific to soccer, I believe they would need a different special use permit in order to establish a different recreational use on the site.
I guess I was wondering, like, could you have a concert out there, right? Could concert as a fundraiser? Could you do that out there for that organization?
We didn't. I think normally and is Francis still here? He may be able to answer this better than I can, but I think normally we would make room for that in the conditions of a permit if we expected that to happen. There's the line of, the question I would have for Francis is, at what point is a fundraiser activity of some sort accessory to the use, and at which point is it a new use that's an event use? I'm not sure exactly where that line is.
I'm not sure where that line is either. We would have to evaluate a request if they were to want to come in and actually do that to make that decision whether it would be considered accessory. As Scott said, the conditions now are fairly constraining as far as the use of the fields for what it is as the swim, golf, tennis, or similar athletic facility as the zoning ordinance identifies it. So there's certainly could potentially be some accessory, whether that is usual and customary at something like that, but we would have to do that evaluation at some point if they were to request that.
And we've never, to my knowledge, we've never had a request like that for this use. Rick?
Scott, this is really not your field, but I was just struck in terms of the application that there was no documentation here of the traffic study that was done for Brook Hill on Polo Grounds Road's intersection with 29. So we are kind of taking it on faith here that set of traffic projections that were done that undergirded the Brook Hill development application approved by the board, that number, which we will call N, now is going to have N plus X, which is the potential additional traffic that could occur. I'm not saying it will occur, but it could occur with more games potentially being played at this location. So we really don't know at this point what the cumulative impact is going to be, because we don't know what the N is, and we don't really know what the Y is as a result of this project. Is that a reasonable statement for me to make?
The way it was explained to me, and I've got that traffic study here that I can pull up if there's a particular piece of it you want to see. I discussed this quite a bit with Kevin McDermott, who's been our transportation planner. The way he explained the traffic analysis and the setup for that intersection was that the counts for that intersection were expected to accommodate Brook Hill, the other residential and recreational uses already on this road, plus some future growth. So given that all of the other uses on this road, Brook Hill is very large, obviously, there's quite a few residential uses along this road. The fairly marginal increase that might be possible for Mon U is not really going to make a big difference in those overall numbers.
Yeah, and I understand that's a timing issue as well, because when these games are played, it's going to be very different than when the bulk of the commuter traffic will be accruing to that intersection, either going west or coming then east at the end of the day. I did want to say to Karen, having been on the commission at the time that this was approved by the Planning Commission, and then the board went ahead and approved it as well. Besides the transportation issue, the other issue that the Planning Commission addressed, as I recall, was to ensure that there would be a minimal amount of noise disruption to the residents up in Carsbrook area. because that community had been very concerned about noise being projected from the soccer games. And we were trying, as a planning commission, and I think the board did that as well, to try to ensure that that would not be disruptive to the customary enjoyment of Saturday mornings and Sundays, et cetera. So I do think noise may well have also factored into it, but your recollection is correct. The primary discussion was about transportation, as I recall.
Was there someone after Rick? Scott, could you just go back to a second where to the slide where you had I'm trying to understand something, where you had the pathway that goes along the Ravenna. Right, go back to that. Yep. And maybe when the applicant comes in, they'll tell us where this water is going to come from. That may get drawn. You had one that had some dotted lines on it.
Yep, there it is.
Okay. So, hello.
That didn't help. There we are.
Okay, so what's the circle? What is the circle there? All the way to, let's see, to the west. To the west.
I've got that plan up, and I'm sorry, just give me just a moment here.
It's like, oh, it keeps
I had
changing.
property.
Keeps changing.
Just a moment. Sorry about that. That is labeled Bike Ped Vehicle Bridge. So that's the bridge that is now in place.
That's the 29 bridge.
No, it's the one upstream. What is the name of that street? I've forgotten already. They don't do the development areas. It's the road that goes behind Doubletree and crosses the river upstream of the 29 bridge.
Berkmar. Yep. Okay, so then can we go back to that to 29 then? So, okay, I'm trying to get a sense of, one of the things that we've talked about over, I think it's been Tim and some other people talk about in live meeting using our river, using particularly the river in these places. So I'm trying to see what's going on there. Because we've got all these activities that we're trying to sort of encourage there. But then if we go up to the plateau with it, oh, there we are. So you're then telling me that the things that look like coronavirus spots, that's unfortunate. You might want to change. You might want to change.
It's an old plan.
I believe what I'd call that is an asterisk.
Oh, is that an asterisk? Okay, thank you.
Yep, that's what I'm going to go with. I believe that is the recently constructed access to the river right there, boat launch kind of area.
So that boat launch over there.
The red one. Oh, yeah, that's
yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking at the big green one. The red one, the red one is the boat launch, which is going to be going in there. The green one is the civic area. And then, we've got bike, colors don't match. We've got proposed trails and multi-use paths all around basically all of the edges of this property. And so they're there now, or they're going to be there? They are not there now. I believe the trails within Brook Hill are going to be done as part of that development, but the connector from Polo Grounds down to the river and the trail along the river do not exist yet. Oh, okay. So now can you tell me where this water is going to come from? The water is going to come directly from the South Fork Ravenna itself. Okay. All right. And again, that's, we're talking flow, even in a drought when RWSA has to maintain in-stream flow by pulling off the bottom of the dam. That's 20 million gallons a day going through there. Oh, okay. All right. So right now we're planning to have a multimodal path or a path there. There isn't one there now, and so there's some conversation. Okay, I get it. Okay, but Brook Hill, which is the darker blue path, or the black or the purple one, I guess it is, that's going to go in. Yeah, that's already that's been approved and is already under. Okay, fine. Okay, and is there going to be a path on the other side of the river? The river there? Looks like the plan is calling for it, yes.
Okay. All
Again,
right.
I have no idea where that stands in terms of actual acquisition.
Okay, thank you. They can keep coming from there. Does anyone else have? You can release that and let's see if anybody else. Tim, thank you.
I was going to hold this for the applicant, but since we've been discussing the water issues, I canoe from Charlottesville to Fluvanna several times each year. I don't really do the upper part of the Rivanna as much, but the lower part, there are actually channels that even in the low water time that Karen was alluding to, that July, August, and I would take that into even September. There are times when you actually have to get out of your canoe and walk your canoe and let the canoe float in the channel without you. Maybe people who are a little lighter than I am can get away with it, but I have to get out of my canoe to do that. So I'm wondering if any of us, any of the folks here have been on the upper reaches in those months, and to know how low the flow is, whether the water is going to be extracted from that channel, which is an important recreation channel, so that even with the volumes that you've discussed, Scott, I'm curious as to whether in the channel, the water could be reduced enough that impedes canoes and kayaks during that time. So that's one question. And then the sort of follow-up to that is, I've heard nothing about what the herbicides and pesticides that are going to be used as part of the irrigation process and the turf rebuilding process are going to be. And if there's no condition to that effect, and I don't believe there is, I would hope that we would put a condition in, since this is so close, as Karen again pointed out with her questions about the distance from the edge of the fields to the river, that we would put some conditions to require ecologically sound herbicides and pesticides if they're to be used as part of the field regime.
I don't have any information on what the applicants plan to use, but I'm sure they can answer that question.
That's why I was getting it out at this point, so we would have all of those covered at this point.
Karen?
Yes, I know that Commissioner Randolph says I was on the commission in 2012, but I do not recall reviewing this application. So I'm going to ask staff, can you elaborate or even Commissioner Randolph on why it was that they didn't allow irrigation using the Rivanna River? Did they simply not ask for it, or was it a prohibition imposed by the board due to concerns for water quality, or just want to understand the history?
I had to go back and look that up because I couldn't remember. Actually, it was not a water issue, it was a noise issue. We had several concerns raised by nearby landowners about noise. And in working through that and talking with the applicants, we had said we recommend against outdoor amplified sound. They said we didn't plan any. We had heard from some neighbors that said they're going to be putting in fields to irrigate. That means we'll have to listen to the pumps. The applicant said, well, we don't plan to irrigate, so we will volunteer a condition that prohibits that so they don't have to worry about that. Obviously, since that time, they've had some problems with not being able to keep the fields in good shape without some watering. So they found that they do actually need that. If you all need to see it, I can pull up some information about noise levels for a typical portable pump and the attenuation of noise over distance to give you some sense of what that impact might be.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions before we go to the applicant? Rick?
I just wanted to note, I looked it up on what the average swimming pool, the number of gallons in the average swimming pool, 13,500 in your backyard. So we're not looking at a huge volume of water here. And Scott, that's my recollection as well. I don't recall that there was any discussion about potential irrigation here. It was really, again, sound and traffic were the two issues that were before us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the history. You okay, Karen? Okay. Can we hear from the applicant?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm still a little new to this. I haven't participated in that many meetings since we've been online. I'm Maynard Sipe. I'm a land use attorney here in Charlottesville, and I'm representing Monticello United Soccer Club, and they go by MON-U as an acronym. Pat Riley is here also, who is the administrator for the organization, and I would like to leave a moment for him to very briefly explain the organization and answer a couple of the questions that were raised by commissioners. Right off, I'm going to just say up front, this application is not about any expansion of the use. It's really just about allowing for more flexibility, which we think actually is very positive overall on its impacts, reducing them. The organization had about approximately 150 members when this application was originally filed 10 years ago. And that's what they have today. So they've had a very stable enrollment and number of participants. The citizens' comments, there was some misunderstanding, which I think Scott Clark addressed pretty well. There is no increase in the parking. I would like to explain a little further. There's perhaps a little bit of misunderstanding about the use of the fields. The restriction is on 4 fields, what I would say in use. And so that's for practices and games. The reason we're going to the 7, they originally had anticipated laying out up to 7 fields to maintain turf, and they want to be able to rotate through them. And so by rotating, it's really going to be a positive environmental impact to maintain a good stand of grass. I think Mr. Riley had submitted a letter to you all, the commissioners. I hope you all saw that. I felt like his letter really just gave you a really good brief summary of it, of what they're requesting and why. On the irrigation, there's been some questions. I would just say that really, I think going ahead and using the ability to irrigate to ensure we get new grass seeds started, or perhaps maintain it in a drought. They do not anticipate irrigating regularly. It's just occasionally when these certain events happen. And so I think that actually is a positive because it will help maintain the grass, turf in a good condition. I'm going to let Mr. Riley speak to the question Mr. Keller had about any use for herbicides or pesticides. I think he will probably be best positioned to say what their practice is. They probably do use some fertilizer, but he'll talk to that. Traffic is obviously the big concern that some neighbors have raised. And I think a lot of their concern is about the other developments in the area that have come in since we originally were there. But I think the traffic concerns are also being addressed by the increased flexibility we're looking for. By having slightly broader hours, we really are in a position to maybe stagger the games and reduce some of the traffic's peak flows in and out of the site. So it really should mitigate traffic. We're not expanding the use or increasing the number of people who would be participating. So there's really no new traffic generation. I think I would like to just sum up. I'm going to keep it brief. We're okay. MON-U is okay with the conditions as presented and set out in the staff report. And of course, we ask you for your approval. We appreciate it. And I will say a couple of things to the questions raised to sum up, I guess. It's been made clear about the parking, no additional parking. I tried to clarify that 4 fields in use. I mean, no more than 4 fields being used at one time, games or practice. I think Mr. Randolph spoke to some of the questions about the original conditions. And staff's answered most of them well. So I'll leave it to Pat to just describe the organization briefly, what they're doing, and answer particularly the question from Mr. Keller. So hopefully Pat is on. And
Unmute yourself. There
Okay,
you go.
I got you.
Would you state your name and your function with the organization, please?
Good evening. I'm Pat Riley. I'm the co-founder of Monticello United Soccer Club. I'm also the club administrator. Some of you might not be familiar with us. I'll give you a little background. We're a small 501c3 nonprofit youth soccer organization. We started in 2003. We used to play games and practices at Dardentown and other county parks and schools. 2012, our special use permit for Monument Park was approved, and that became our new home. We have most of our activities there, and which has really been a big help for us, just with scheduling, flexibility, being able to having makeup games and knowing that you have an available field to reschedule things. When we first moved to Monument, I believe Mr. Sype already mentioned this, 10 years ago, we had a yearly membership of approximately 150 players. And now 10 years later, we're still small. Our membership numbers are just below 150 for this season. So we really haven't changed a whole lot in that respect. And one of the main reasons, I guess it's the one thing with the number of fields is what prompted some concern. 10 years ago with our meetings, we had stated, and it was understood we would be limited to 4 fields in use at one time, which is the 24 parking spaces per field and the 96 spaces. But that we would have more than 4 fields there because we would be rotating around to preserve the fields. But that wording never made it into the original special use permit. So we have been moving goals, rotating around, and we have one big area that has a field. That field got worn out. We move over next to it. So this was really to change the wording so that, because I know when the county did an over area review, you could see there were 7 fields, and that's what we were saying, that we had explained originally, that this is to rotate fields, preserve fields, especially since we weren't irrigating. The only way to keep a field in good shape is to put it into rest. So that's what we do, and that's what we're looking to do. And we want it to be, just make the wording official that we do have 7 fields, but we are not going to be using more than 4 at one time. And over the past 10 years, it's probably once a year, maybe we use 4 at one time. We're more in the line of 2 or 3 at a time, just because of our small numbers. And let's see, I know a lot of this stuff is covered, but just, I guess, a summation that our 4 fields in use is not changing. It will still be 4. The 96 parking spaces will still be 96. And the traffic generated in and out of the park is not any different than it has been for the 10 years. Let's see, as far as the flexibility, we're looking for flexible hours, basically just to be consistent with the operation of other public and private facilities, starting at 8 a.m. in the morning and ending at dark. That helps us in a number of areas. One is the summer heat. It'd be helpful if we can't start until 11, and it was 4 o'clock on weekdays. We're playing in the heat of the day when we could schedule something in the morning, or we could schedule it later in the evening. We can schedule around a rain forecast coming in the afternoon, move something to the morning. There's just just normal flexibility that you would expect from a recreational facility.
If I may,
Mhm.
I'd like to just remind Mr. Riley to address the question from Mr. Keller about pesticides or herbicides.
Okay. We use fertilizer, and we get all our fertilizer and seed from Landscape Supply, they have right up on top of everything that's eco-friendly. I don't have exact things in front of me, but they are, from what I understand, one of the leaders in the industry of supplying eco-friendly products, and that's why we use them. And I guess, oh, there was also the watering. I can answer that. The watering is, we need that for germinating seed. It's not a year-round watering of the field. It's typically late May, early June, and a couple weeks in September. Those are the normal times we would want to water to germinate the Bermuda seed in right before summer, and then the rye seed right as its temperatures start to get a little cooler. And we are limited to 10,000 gallons a day. The little pump that we plan to use is 60 gallons a minute, and 3 hours of pumping is approximately 9,000 gallons, and that takes care of the field.
Okay. Are there questions for the applicant before we open? So we have Daniel and then Corey.
Thanks for the description. I appreciate it. I've mentioned before, I'm in the satellite industry space, so I have access to a lot of imagery. And that was one of the questions I was going to ask you, is that how has the use practically changed since around about 2016, when it looked like more than the 4 fields from 2012 had been used? And I really appreciate you bringing up that there was a misunderstanding of wording and that some of the uses have been there. And so I think one thing that would be helpful for me as we describe what does it mean to be in use, because if you look at current imagery from the site, you see what would be defined as a soccer field. And I love soccer. I was a soccer player, college soccer player, big fan of the sport and the impacts on youth and team and all that. But when you say no more than 4 fields will be in use at a time, but there's obviously, if you look at imagery today, you would see goals, 2 goals set up across from each other that would be more than 4 fields. You'd see 6. And so,
well, it'd be great if, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to understand if you could clarify the definition of in use and what
fields in use. How's that? And that's
Okay,
really what it should say. 4 full, because you can split the field into 2. It's still 1 field if you're just using it in the other.
So for regulation size between 7 and 130 or 100 and 130,
right,
somewhere in that approximation. But you may have other practice areas set up to have goals that could be used by participants, or non-scheduled practices or scheduled practices that would extend that for in use. Is that correct?
That would extend to more than 4 fields, or no.
So I'm when I look at the site and I see the imagery, you can see like 4 full fields, and you can see a lot of smaller, with goals set up that are smaller fields that could be used for practice.
Correct.
Or other things. Like you could not hold a legal game on that could be used for scheduled practices or whatever. How is that? Is that, I'm just trying to understand the impact when we talk about traffic and in use and the amount of people and density on the site at a given time. How does that relate to in use and 4 fields in use compared to the number of goals and smaller non-legal fields for practices, but wouldn't be?
Well, yes, we do not. Yeah, we do not have 4 full-size fields going and then little practice areas going. That's basically the full-size field is split into 2 teams using that. If There may be 2 practice areas that are 40 by 30 being used. So we, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's not, I mean, we've consistently over the 10 years, like I said, we've never, more than once or twice a year, never even get up to the 4 fields, 4 full-size fields being used. Like for instance, right now we have 14 practicing down there, and they're splitting 2 of the full-size fields, and that's typically how it goes.
And operationally, does scheduling of these use of these 4 fields per team basis or whatever run through you as the administrator?
Yeah, it does. Everything goes through me.
I might add briefly that I think if you do look at like an aerial of the site at some point in time, there may be some goals that are set to the side. And there's also, the area is mowed to some extent. And basically we are talking about one large field. And the only designation of these particular fields in use is through chalking. So, they are maintaining the turf and grass across the whole site in good condition.
Right.
So you may look at it and see what appears to be the footprint of a field, but it may be a field in rest at any given moment.
Right. And there may be goals on it because they're just so hard to move. I mean, they're
Kind of set aside. Yes.
Some have wheels, some don't. And it's just if we have enough goals where we don't have to move them, we just leave them.
That's what I'm trying to figure out is like operationally as we think about it from how you've practically been using it over the last 10 years to forecast of more fields. What is the operational impact of density use on traffic and other things? And that's what I'm trying to understand versus, we talk about increased hours and, water is a separate issue. Those are separate issues related to the special use permit. But like one of the big core issues, like what is the density of use from how we've practically been using it? How can we project, is this going to increase the use of the site and its impact on traffic given the things and just trying to understand how that works. What's the definition of for in use? How is that consistent or inconsistent? What's been in previous? And
if I may, I would say, and I think I mentioned it perhaps briefly in my initial presentation, the in-use restriction is that no more than 4 full-size fields are in use at one time. And so that's the limit. And we're not asking for any change in the limit. So there won't be any additional activity or intensification of the use. In fact, I would propose that really by having a little more flexibility in the hours, by being able to schedule games perhaps with a little, not a tight schedule with cars coming in and out, we're really lowering the intensity of the use and the impacts, lower the impact in traffic in terms of peak traffic, and allowing more time really reduces the intensity, I would say.
Right. And I mean, we try to have dedicated game fields and practice fields as much as possible, just because of the game fields in a little better shape. And if we have games on 4 full-size fields, there will not be a 5th practice field going on.
thanks. That's all the questions I have at this time.
So before we go to Corey, Scott, do you want to talk about how we enforce this, please?
Yeah, just to get to that question of what a number of fields in use means. If we were to hear from somebody the concern about more than 4 fields being in use, we're going to look at that as people on the fields at a time, not the fact that there are 7 rectangles in the grass that are part of the facility. It's going to be about people using the site at any given moment. So there, as you could now, you can look and see more than 4 rectangles, but there certainly aren't 4 fields in operation at any one time.
Thank you. Corey?
Thank you both for sharing more about the project. I have a few questions I think we can move through pretty quickly. Regarding the league, can you talk to me a little bit about league play? Is it local participants versus local participants, or are you hosting tournaments where folks coming from out of town? Could you just kind of talk to me about that?
We have just, a local group with the little kids, maybe 18 to 20 kids, 8, 9, 10 years old. And then when they get older, we have travel tournaments. So we play each season, the team will play 4 away games and then 4 home games. So for instance, in the spring, it's lighter. So our spring home games for this March, April, May, we have, I believe, 20 home games for that entire period. And then 20 away games. And then the teams practice twice a week for 90 minutes.
Okay. I'm trying to get a feel for do the 96 parking spaces, are they maxed out? So for example, can you talk to me a little bit about how the site is used? Do parents drop off their kids when they're there? Is it one of those things they stay for a while? Is 96 spaces a big deal, I guess? Or is there for people to come?
They do both. Some people drop and go, and we do not have any internet there. So some people go, and other people stay and just walk around the park while the kids practicing. It's a mix.
Okay.
The only time that the parking will get tight is when games are stacked. Multiple fields are stacked on top of each other. Games stacked on multiple fields. And, typically for us, we have 2 or 3 games stacked on one game field. It's not, like I said, in the last 10 years, we've probably used 4 fields just not even a couple times a year on average. Game-wise, we've maxed out at 3 fields most of the time. This season, it's essentially 2 fields, 2 games, 2 fields having games on them at once is basically what we've maxed out for the spring. Just because we only have 4 travel teams going this spring.
Mr. Raleigh,
Typically have 18.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No problem.
The reason why I was asking Mr. Raleigh is because there's a lot of concerns about traffic. And so if a lot of folks are dropping off, it doesn't even matter if you have 96 spaces. So I'm trying to get my arms around that piece. Sense?
Right. I know what you're saying. I mean, it's just that they drop and leave.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a feel for,
It depends on really the age of their kid. If they feel they need to stick around, or if they want to leave. I mean, most people like the trail that goes around the park, and they like walking that 1.7 mile trail all the way around the park, and they just walk that. The older kids drive themselves. So it's just, it's kind of hard to pin down as far as the spots. I mean, nothing we're doing is increasing any density of traffic, just because it's.
Yes, I would just add that the activity you described about parents dropping off and leaving or choosing to park and stay, I would assume that's generally unchanged over the past 10 years.
Very good. And my last question is regarding just being inclusive in folks with disabilities. I was looking through the documents. I didn't see any mention of how any thought has been put into that. So for example, ADA accessible porta potties. And imagine with these many games, you have parents or folks with disabilities. Could you tell me a little bit about, some of the things you might be implementing this new plan?
That we do not have the porta potties that would be accessible like that. We do have a golf cart that we drive people with disabilities over to over to the sideline. To help them out that way. We've let them park in closer area. I mean, we have handicap parking spaces, but when the field is on the other side, we basically, pull up the cone and let them get closer if they need to, and have them hop on the golf cart, drive over. We haven't seen the need for that, yet, and maybe it's just our size. But I mean, it's not something, I assume that's something that Allied portable toilets can accommodate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
Karen?
Yes. Since you won't be using more than 4 fields at a time, is it correct to assume then that you will be able to rest your fields for periods of time to allow them to recover from intensive play?
Yep, we do that. We do that now, and we're gonna keep doing that. It's we're a pretty low budget club, so that's one of our only means of keeping the fields in good shape. And it's pretty sandy soil down there, so the older boys really tear it up pretty good. So yeah, we will be, and we have a dozen field close signs that go up over every field that's closed.
Karen?
Thank you.
Are there other questions before we close and go to the public hearing? I have just a couple before we do. So you mentioned that there's a trail that goes around the property?
Yeah, our field maintenance guy cuts around. He makes sure that it's cut all the way around the property.
Does that trail connect up, or could that trail connect up to the trail that's hopefully going to go along the river?
I don't know. That's I guess that's kind of, I don't know which side of the river
they're on both sides of the river. So from what I understand from hold on for a second. From the slide that Mr. Clark showed us, there's an attempt to get a trail that goes from the boat launch, which is on the other side of 29, all the way down the river there. Mm-hmm. And a significant piece of it comes right in front of your property, in front of this property.
I guess it would depend on where it is, because most of the area of where the woods to the river is 100 feet or more. Mm-hmm. And it's pretty thick and hilly inside there. Between there it's not like the other side where that has that nice flat right next to the river area. I don't know if you've ever seen the south side.
Yeah, the south side. So here's my piece on this. So there's a couple of things that and maybe Mr. Carroll is going to speak to this. So if we're using herbicides and and whether or not we're using it twice a year, even then when we have some of our heavy rains around here, one of my concerns is how are we mitigating the runoff from those fields, from this big field, basically back into the river. And so what I'm trying to figure out, is there a way that if we were to put some space between the river and your fields and the woods there, which would tie into this nice green buffer that we have running down there, that would be helpful to both the quality of the water, and it would be helpful to give your parents a place to sort of walk up and down the river if they needed to. And in addition, it would help to create a community, or help to facilitate an accessory on the river. And you've got riverfront, and so I'm hoping that in a way to mitigate runoff, and to be perhaps thinking a way to sort of add an accessory for your parents as they're looking to do something while their kids are there, that this would be something that the organization would consider being in conversation with staff about how you might sort of join that piece, your waterfront there, with what we're trying to do here. And I see Scott's got his hand up. So that's what my question is to you about that.
If I may, just a moment before Scott, I would add that what Pat was describing really is a mode path around the open area, which is really for private use of the parents and people who are there. It's not an improved trail like the county would ultimately maybe be looking for in the long run. But the buffer is very large already. Their use does not impede into that area that was, Scott said, was 125 to 250 feet wide. So you have a natural buffer there now. And I would add that the use they're making really has a lower impact than perhaps most agricultural cropping would, I think.
I get that, and I'm not trying to say that this is one farmland versus another farmland. My real point is that this is a community good, and as a community organization, would you consider entering into conversation with staff about how we might be able to extend that path there? This is not about, whether or not we're growing corn there or we're running cattle. We're running young people, which is a different kind of commodity. And so, that's really what my conversation is there. Trying to increase that path across a piece of property that has waterfront, and would you be willing to engage in that conversation?
Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
We spoke with Scott about that briefly, and I'll let Scott speak to that.
Okay. So that's what I'm raising to you on that. So does anyone else on the commission have a question before we open up to the public? There's other things. There are any lights. Excuse me, sir.
Can I make one more comment? Just on the path there. I should have said, like Mr. Syke did. It's the edge of the woods, right at the edge of the fields, mowed so that people can walk, not the wood. And I also should add that we are the tenants there, and any trail would need to go through the owner.
Go through the owner. Okay, fine. That's good to know. Yep. And I assume if the owner said yes, you wouldn't have an obligation. You wouldn't object to that.
Whatever the owner says, we do.
Okay. So the other thing I need to ask you: are there any lights there?
No.
So you have no. So we're not going to hear. But they're now going to have evening soccer matches.
No.
Okay. All right. So if there are
I like to get home sometime.
I understand that. I understand that. Let's go. Are there any other questions before we open it up? No. Open up the public hearing, please, and Madam, if you would invite people in.
Okay, our first speaker is Joe. Please state your name and address if you're with a group or organization, the group or organization you represent. You have 3 minutes to start talking, and your time starts as soon as you start talking.
I was recognized. My name is Joe DeLue. I'm a residential property owner sort of immediately south of the Mining Park site, along Urbana's south bank, the 14-acre parcel. Yes?
Sir, we are having a really difficult time understanding you.
See if I can fix that any better.
Okay, let's try again.
Okay.
How's that? Any better for you?
It's better.
I could. How about this one? A little bit better?
That's much better. That's much better.
Okay, you can go ahead and start over.
Super, thanks. I'm glad you can hear me. Sorry, my name is Joseph DeLue. I own the property just immediately south of the Ravenna. We really appreciate the use of Monument Park. It's a very cool amenity for the club to use, and we do enjoy seeing the public there using the fields. We have very few concerns about the application. If any, it's a bit about the extending morning hours that are proposed. I think it made it pretty evident in the discussion that the game times are pretty limited with the use of only 4 fields. Just a couple of questions. Would there be limited hours applicable to field maintenance? We do sort of enjoy the early morning solitude from time to time here. And the crowds arguably and understandably can get loud as they're cheering for their favorite players and so forth. So we'd like to understand a little bit about that, and if that 8 a.m. hour has to do with maintenance as well. And then I think the lighting question has been answered. The trail is a very interesting question that brought up, and that's a separate issue, I think, but it does seem that the semi-public use of the field might lend itself to that as that plan gets thought through and considered. But I think aside from that, I think the biggest assurance you might be able to give us as neighbors is about the timing of the field openings, especially on the weekends, and how noise, might be a factor, especially in maintenance, if not in use of the field play.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have Don Long. Mr. Long, please unmute yourself and your time, state your name, address, and if you're with an organization or group. Your time starts as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you. This is Don Long. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I live in Crozet, but I am also the president of the board of SACA. I wanted to speak up and share our support for the requested changes to the special use permit. We don't have enough soccer fields in our community. We're constantly, we have a lot of soccer players and we need more fields. The county is working to address some of those issues, but I wanted to be clear that we support the efforts to increase the access to these fields. I can tell you from personal.
We lost you.
Oh, okay. Am I back on now?
You can start from, I can tell you from personal.
Oh, okay. I can tell you from personal experience that the changes on the road on Polo Grounds Road have dramatically improved the traffic flow there. So I just wanted to once again support this proposed change, and on behalf of soccer and on behalf of soccer players in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Don Rucker. Mr. Rucker, please state your name, address, if you're with a group, an organization, and your 3 minutes starts if you start talking.
Okay, hopefully I'm being heard right now. My name is Don Rucker. My wife and I live in Bendabar, 1936 Bendabar Farm Road. Been here for 10 years. Live right off of Polo Ground Road. Travel it many, many times every day. One of our concerns every day is going underneath the infamous trestle bridge where traffic drops to 15 miles an hour and near miss situations occur almost hourly. Despite the beeping back and forth and despite the mirrors, there's always somebody that didn't comply with the rules and has to back up. So traffic is an issue. And as I said, we've been here for 10 years. My biggest single concern, and I'm just talking as an individual here, is traffic and safety. On April 9th, I sent a letter, and hopefully all you folks got a copy of it, dealing with the particular matter in front of us. Did you receive that email?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, sir. Thank you.
Perfect. I don't want to go over the information there. But being on Polo Grounds and being near neighbors with Brook Hill, we're particularly sensitive in a rural community to changes. And just a quick refresher, Brook Hill originally proposed as 600, 800 household units, was bumped up, doubled to 1,550. And for us in the immediate area, there were a number of issues concerning the traffic projections, densities, assumptions, which we argue with and we see violated every single day. So we're sensitive to added traffic to Polo Grounds, and particularly when Brook Hill is yet to be built out. And I drove up there about 2 days ago, and it's not even close to being, it's probably about a third right now. And so those traffic assumptions made by a consultant have yet to be validated, verified with actual experience. So a new traffic generator coming is particularly concerning to us on a road which is basically a 2-lane road, which is hazardous itself with the turns and the rest of the stuff. So this has been enlightening in terms of hearing the information about Manu and the plans and the history and the rest. And only because my 3 minutes may be up quickly, I want to express my biggest single concern right now today is it's specified in the planning board meeting, which I just received today, and I don't know that anybody else has really gotten it, is it specifies that there will be no community meeting. That's concerning, really. Why would information flow be restricted? Why would we not be simply talking down about the issues themselves and having a frank exchange, which I think we're having here today? But I would ask that be.
Mr. Rucker, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, well, I made my point about lifting that particular restriction in the application. Let us talk.
Thank you. There is no one else at this time that has their hand raised.
I think I will close the public hearing and ask the applicant if in 3 minutes you want to respond to anything that you've heard.
I would briefly just say that I think the opening hours of 8 a.m. were largely for us to be able to open the gate and get prepared for the day. And I'll let Pat speak to how he envisions games, but I don't think you'll have cheering crowds that early in the morning. And I'll let the staff speak to the community meeting question that might have been raised. Pat?
Correct. We typically like to open the gates an hour before our first game. So if we have 8 a.m. in there, that would mean we'd be opening gates 8 o'clock, 8:15 for people to come in and start the game at 9 o'clock. We're not looking for 8 a.m. games. We're certainly, I know our maintenance guy is coming from Scottsville, and he is certainly not out there cutting fields, doing anything at 8 a.m. For several reasons. He's coming from Scottsville. He waits till all traffic subsides coming into town, and he typically gets in about 10 o'clock. Make sure that the dew is dry from the grass because it's not going to be cut wet, and then starts in around 11, thereabouts, finishes up before people come in. He's usually done by 4, and that's the general maintenance schedule, and that's typically 3 days a week.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to bring it back to us. And let's say, thank you very much. And where is, I can't see you. Where's Scott? Oh, there you are. Do you want to speak to the one issue about the communities, the community meeting?
Yes, just to clarify, the community meeting is not to do with discussions between the applicant and the community after this point. There's certainly no restriction on any of that. The community meeting is a step very early in the special use permit process where we typically set up a meeting, of course it's been online lately, for applicants to describe their proposal to nearby landowners. So if we had held one for this permit, it would have been early last year. Given the scale of the changes that are proposed, which are minimal, we didn't hold that meeting, especially given it was during the worst kind of peak of changes due to COVID. But again, that's a step from very early in the process. And of course, information is available for these hearings for people to read up on the proposal and have influence on the decision making. But there's no restriction on any kind of meeting in the future between the applicants and the community.
Thank you. So, colleagues.
Chair Bivens, if I could also add to that, Charles Rattling, Director, Mr. Flucker stated that correctly. So within the code, well, this was brought to us back in April of last year, just as we hit to the COVID transition with meetings. And there's some criteria in the code that allows the ability to waive a community meeting requirement based on the nature of the proposal, including its scope and scale, if it is not likely to generate any significant concerns. And as we've stated here, the traffic improvements were made. There's no increase in usage on the field. It didn't seem, this is an approved use, it's existing use already out there. We didn't feel that it was going to be any significantly new information to hash out, aside from some of the information discussed tonight. And we, as Mr. Clark mentioned, when we do waive a meeting like that, we do notify property owners, we allow information sharing. They can certainly contact that planner, get application materials and review those and submit comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So commissioners, how would you, where are we? Who would like to, who has something that he or she would like to say? Share. Tim.
I wonder if given the various policies that we are either have recently or in the process of enacting for the county, whether we should have a condition about the whether the herbicides and pesticides that are used are eco-friendly. And I also, as a canoeist for many decades, I know that when there is something unusual coming across a riverbank, there is often interest and playfulness about dealing with that object that is not necessarily there. And so I don't think that we need to necessarily say anything, but I think that the applicant should be forewarned. There will most likely be interesting things that are done to that hose and that pump, unless there's an individual monitoring from the stream bank. Maybe a fisherman could be enlisted, or a group of fishermen enlisted to be there watching out for it when it's in the water.
Okay. Other comments? Corey.
I have some comments, but someone else can go first.
Corey.
Actually, let Commissioner Firehawk go. Since it's my district, I prefer to go last. That's the one.
Perfect.
That's what I'm on.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So I understood from the applicant that they stated they would be actually spreading out the impact of the uses by expanding the hours. But I also appreciate the sensibilities that were entailed in restricting the hours to avoid rush hour in the first place, or rush hours. So personally, I would be amenable to letting them open a little earlier, say 10 a.m., with the understanding that people would trickle in for a game that might start at 11. But I'm not in favor of moving it to 8 a.m. Second comment is that they want to withdraw, as was pointed out by Commissioner Randolph, less than a swimming pool's worth of water on certain days when they're seeding. I'm still concerned about that because they want to withdraw that water at precisely the time of year when that portion of the river is very low and it is impaired for benthic life. The reason I happen to be an expert in stream quality, and one of the reasons those impairments occur is due to low volumes and low flows, which reduce the amount of available oxygen in the river. So I'm actually opposed to permitting water withdrawal during the time of low water flows in that reach. And I have personally both monitored that reach as well as paddled it multiple times. And I can attest to the challenges with the flow there as it is. So those are my two comments in terms of what I find objectionable. As far as the rest of the application to have more fields available so that fields can have rest from intensive use, I think that is a good idea. And the last comment is that I would like them to consult with the Soil and Water Conservation District about the management of the field, because even if they use eco-friendly fertilizer, it is really common for people to over-apply the fertilizer and put down more than is needed. Understanding that, Pat, as you said, you're a nonprofit and you're not looking to spend any extra money on anything, including fertilizer.
That's
But
correct.
I think I would have greater comfort if I knew that we're using advice from a professional, that manages, knows about water quality and fertilizer, and maybe perhaps even do some soil testing.
We have done
I
that.
had.
We have done that through Landscape Supply because they are a leader in the field.
Thank you, but at this point, we're not inviting your conversation.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Anything else, Karen? No? Anything else? Okay. Did anyone want to come in before Corey? Daniel?
I'll just follow up with mine. I'm generally, having played on poorly maintained fields and been seriously injured as a soccer player due to the poorly maintained field, I'm very in favor of, safety of the individual applicant, individual players on the field. So rotating and putting fields in rest, I think is a good idea. And that part I'm very supportive of. I share some of the concerns about the watering and the water runoff. Although I'm not an expert in the field, 125 feet buffer, I'd like to understand how that helps maintain or minimize that, and if there's other assurances. I would say that from what I can discern and from the assurances given by the administrator, that the 4 fields in use doesn't practically, to me, seem to be affecting the current use of it. And so I don't know how some of the concerns about traffic, other than the increased hours, is the question at hand to me, is how does the increased hours, which by nature open up more opportunities for uses, impact the traffic? And specifically, from my understanding, and it wasn't really discussed, but I understand Commissioner Firehawks is like, most soccer games are usually maintained on the weekends or after school hours. And so I guess one of the questions becomes, is it Monday through Friday and a weekend schedule, or is it a Monday through Sunday schedule of the increase that is necessary to facilitate the practical use of the site? And so, I can understand the use of that, but I think being sensitive to the neighbors, 8 a.m. does seem a bit early, even on the weekends. I know I don't necessarily like to hear a bunch of things at 8 a.m., but 9 a.m. is being a slave to waking up in a normal work day, as most of us, from 9 to 5 could be applicable. So I would just kind of leave it to the fellow commissioners to think about what the right timing is, and how that is addressed in a special use permit. That would conclude my comment.
Okay. Someone else? Does anyone else before we go to Corey? I would, if I can just add before we go to you, Corey, I would say that whatever the timing is, I would want the timing to be the same as soccer. And so I would not want to penalize this group or have them have a different opening and closing time than a field that's less than 300, not meters, but 300 yards down the road, or the next parcel over down the road. And so if they open at 8, then I say that it's fine to open it this way. If they open at 9 and whatever it is, but I think there should be parity here. I don't think we should penalize Manu, which has actually a more, which facilities are not as sophisticated as Soccer's. There's lots of permeable asphalt out there. There's lots of parking out there. There are lots of fields out there. This one is a bit more. This organization's fields aren't as refined as that organization's fields are. So nothing to say about the play. It's just the installation of all the stuff there. So I, for one, would not want to penalize them in any way compared to people who are just two, I don't know, a half a mile down the road or a quarter of a mile down the road. That would be my piece on this. And I would also, come to you next, Rick. I would also say that I think that if there's a way for us to, that I would support having a condition that's around, so talking about soil and about the use of herbicides and pesticides in the soil, so that everyone can speak to that. So the organization can use that as a speaking point to say, we've done this and this is what we're doing, this is our practice. So I would actually support a condition that added that in if we approve this, that would add that into the approval. And on that, I'll go to Rick and then the Corey. Rick?
I just wanted to echo your remarks. And I do recall 9 years ago that we got a communication from one resident nearby who expressed her concern about the sound of laughing children in the afternoon during a soccer game. And she cited that as a reason to oppose the original application. So I think we have to be aware here that this is a critical resource in terms of a playing surface for soccer, which is in huge demand in this community. Biscuit Run is not open yet. We see 4 potential soccer fields down there opening up, but that will be probably another 3 to 5 years before that project is completed. And in the meantime, we're continuing to grow as a community, and demand for soccer isn't slackening in any stretch of the imagination. So I also echo about trying to minimize restrictions on when play can begin here. It is a Saturday morning, and 8 a.m. in the morning is not an untoward hour to have the children out there playing and enjoying soccer. So I don't have a problem with that. I do think the condition that was suggested by Commissioner Firehawk about herbicides and pesticides and getting professional advice, I think that's a sound recommendation. I'm not too worried about the runoff given the distance involved before hitting the river. And also be mindful that while water may be absorbed into the land here, if it's withdrawn from the river, in all likelihood, it will end up being redirected back into the river subterranean-wise and end up going downstream anyway. So I thought Daniel's remarks about putting the safety of these young athletes first is absolutely critical. We owe it to them to have a really good playing surface for them to enjoy this sport. So I just wanted to echo that. Thank you for your patience, Corey. I apologize for interrupting.
Corey? Oh, let's wait. Louise, did you wait, Louise? Okay, I didn't want you to get there and get cut off again. Corey.
No apologies. I got me a cup of coffee that was brought to me. I'm good to go. So I would say I'm certainly, this has been a great conversation, and I'm certainly in support of the proposal. The way obesity is running rampant in our country, I have a hard time trying to throw a roadblock and trying to have a healthy community, right? As long as we can be reasonable and respectful to our neighbors. And so I've been just jotting down all the great things that I've heard regarding the conditions. And I certainly agree with Commissioner Firehawk, and I thought that was a really strong one. And Chairman Bivens, I actually had the same exact thing with soccer right down the street. It would be unfair to do anything different. I think personally, I would like to see something that says where necessary and where reasonable, right, we can, accommodate those with disabilities. So if you're going to put a porta potty out there, it should definitely be able to accommodate someone with a disability, right? So can we be reasonable in that way? And that concludes my comments. If there's nothing else, I'd be prepared to try to cobble together a motion with the amendments that my colleagues have said.
Anything from anyone? You. It's up to you. Corey.
Oh, sorry, I missed the first part.
No one else wanted to weigh in, so we're you and your colleague.
Okay. All right, let's just try to cobble then. So, Mr. Clark, would you be able to pull up the motion? All right, thank you. So you guys work with me here. I move to recommend approval of SP 2020-0002 Monu Park with the conditions outlined in the staff report and the following additional conditions. That the administrator will use eco-friendly pesticides and insecticides and seek guidance from professionals in this field. That the field of use start time would mimic that of soccer, and that where necessary and where reasonably accommodated, that that infrastructure can accommodate those with disabilities as well. Does it feel about right?
Is there a second? And we have a second by Tim.
Second.
We have a second by Tim. Is there discussion? So I need to be able to see people, so can we take that away for a second? Thank you very much. It's been moved by Corey with those additions, seconded by Tim. Scott, did you want to say that we'll have discussion? Scott, would you like to say something to us before you go? If we go on?
It's just a few clarifications. First, on the mimicking the SACA operating hours. While you all were talking, I ran over to our tracking system and found the 2 old SP approvals for SACA. There is no reference to operating hours or seasons in those special use permits. The only reference to operating hours is that the site will be gated off and closed outside of operating hours. There are no times set. On the handicapped infrastructure, I'm concerned about how we could apply a condition like that in the floodplain where anything that needed to be a fixed structure or permanent structure would not be permitted. So that could be a real burden for the applicants or something they actually physically couldn't meet. I think if the intention is to have a handicapped accessible portable toilet on the site, then we need to just say that. And finally, when the condition regarding use of eco-friendly herbicides and insecticides is probably unenforceable unless it's way more specific than that. And I don't really know what to suggest other than hopefully they're using something that's EPA approved. But eco-friendly is such a vague term that I don't think somebody can enforce it.
So let's take this one piece at a time. Corey, were you and Tim thinking about ADA porta potties?
That's right. It's my understanding that there was going to be no like bolted down infrastructure, if you will. I didn't see anything about that. But I thought I saw something about portable restrooms. And so not to do anything that would make the applicant have an undue hardship. It's just where if you're going to do that, I think that's the only thing I saw was portable restrooms. And so
that would be
that's right.
Okay. Council, can you help us on the elements?
I don't disagree with Mr. Clark's observations and concern about the eco-friendly pesticide application. If Mr. Claiborne's motion is taken as sort of rough language for that can be worked on and refined between here and when the board considers this application, that might be best to leave some flexibility for that kind of fine tuning of the language. I agree with Mr. Clark that that ultimately that language should be probably a little more specific, measurable, and enforceable. Other than that, I share Mr. Clark's opinions and just think that as long as that language is refined, that it's an appropriate motion.
So can we move the motion the way it is and with the understanding that it's going to be refined before it goes to the Board of Supervisors?
Absolutely.
Yep. Corey? With that modification about having the ADA toilet put in, and then with the understanding that this is language that's going to be refined before it goes to the Board of Supervisors, assuming we pass this. You moved.
With some really smart people here, I'm certainly fine with that.
Okay, Tim, are you fine with your second? Okay, continuing discussion. Thank you, Ben. Yes, Mr. Herrick.
So, Mr. Chair, the other point that Mr. Clark brought up was the hours of operations and making sure that the hours of operations were uniform among the various soccer organizations. The fact that soccer apparently doesn't have restrictions, I think it probably is necessary to the extent that folks want to have a limitation on operating hours, that those be specified specifically in this application.
You broke up on the last bit.
It's just saying basically that hours of operations would need to be specified, given that SOC apparently does not have hours of operations limited in their permit.
Okay. So we're at this point here that if we're going to go forward, then we're either going to pull the hour.
I'm sorry.
Hold on for a second. We're either going to we're going to have a discussion about pulling the hours or setting some hours. And so what I'd like to do is give Corey an opportunity, since he moved, to just to at least start us off.
If that is the case, I certainly would love to get the input of my colleagues, but if that is the case, and knowing what we've heard from some of the neighbors and so forth, if we had to set a time, perhaps it's 9 o'clock. I thought it was a really good point made about in the summertime that starting earlier is prudent, right? Especially in the Virginia sun. I have no problems with that, but we'd like to find that balance between being fair and respecting our neighbors. So I'd love to hear the input from my colleagues.
Please.
It seems that the applicant's asking for an 8 o'clock start time, and if SACA doesn't have any kind of start time designation in their special approval, it seems that keeping the 8 o'clock that's being asked would seem fair.
Agreed.
Rick, was that?
I agree. I agree with Louis on that. As I said earlier, I think putting the least amount of restrictions on this organization is well called for, because we require flexibility in operation during the summer months, especially.
Karen, did you want to say something?
Yes, I'm still troubled by the water withdrawal, and I'm trying to get an understanding. Is the irrigation only to be done, say right when you let new seed is put down, grass seed, and then a couple of times, or is this something where they would water the field multiple days, multiple weeks in a row until the grass had established? And I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that. I know we're done talking to the applicant, but that's a big sticking point for me.
I think we'd have to.
Is there any way to get an answer to that?
Scott?
Do
we have permission to ask Pat?
Hold on, let's let Scott answer first. Scott?
Oh, I was just saying, I don't have any information on that. Pat would be the one to know best the applicant's intent.
So we're breaking something that we don't typically do. I remember the applicant saying that it would only be twice a year. It'd be in the early part of the spring, and then in the late part of the early part of the fall. So it'd be 2 times during the year. And if
right, yeah. But is that 2 times? Yeah, but that's a season. I'm trying to understand if you're talking about a week of water withdrawals or a day. It's not enough information for me to say in the fall and in the spring. So could we ask the applicant to just answer that quick question?
You can the applicant just answer that quick question?
Yes, I can. Most of the Bermuda seed, which is the, you would seed in May, late May, early June, is already established. So that would be extremely minimal. And the overseeding, if we do overseeding with the rye in the September, usually comes up within 3 days. What we have done in the past, which we'll continue to do, even if we're allowed to irrigate, is wait for the forecast to be favorable and throw the seed down before the next rains come. And that's how we've done it up till now. It doesn't always cooperate, but that has been the way we've gotten stuff established so far.
Thank you very much. So part of it is using the weather, and if weather is not cooperating, then it tends to be these 2 seasons that we heard from the administrator. But we've now got a how do I say that? We've got a motion before us that has to be crafted in some way, and so I need a bit of guidance from Andy on how do we get this set.
So, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Claiborne would like to amend his motion, he can withdraw that portion of the motion that dealt with operating hours. The conditions as proposed by staff allowed for hours of operations to begin no earlier than 8 a.m. And it sounds as though the commission's consensus was to also allow 8 a.m. start time. So it could be as simple as Mr. Claiborne withdrawing the additional amendment in his motion that addressed start time and then proceeding to a vote from there if in fact Mr. Claiborne and the commission are comfortable with that.
Mr. Claiborne, how would you like to move on?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Let me just say the only reason I had backtracked for a second, because as I thought about it more, I wasn't sure what soccer's relationship was to neighbors. And so, but after hearing my colleagues, I'm certainly on board with withdrawing and leave it as is in the staff report.
So then if we restate this, let's see. Mr. Rapp, could you by any chance restate the motion, please? Or am I going to ask?
I've got it written down here.
You do?
I believe the motion was to recommend approval with the changes to the conditions shown in the staff report and with 2 additions now. One, for staff to work with the applicants to develop language requiring eco-friendly herbicides and insecticides for use on the site. And second, to require that the applicants provide a handicapped accessible portable toilet on the site during operations.
Okay, that's good. Mr. Keller. Tim, you're muted.
I wonder if Corey would be willing to add the water component, or whether we have to vote and Karen make a friendly amendment to it. And I guess we have 2 options. One is that we add that as a 3rd condition, and the other is that it go as a recommendation to staff to work through this so that the supervisors would have that information when it comes to them, if we're not willing to make it a motion. I mean, a condition.
Condition, okay. Charles, I saw you put your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to share. I was looking, the soccer website states that their games are typically on Saturdays between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. And that has been my experience as well with children who play soccer in the area.
So the timing is not an issue. It's close enough. It's fine. Okay. So yes, Mr. Yes, Andy.
So to the extent that water withdrawals are, to the extent that the commission wants to make water withdrawals a condition, that should be in the form of an amendment to the current motion that's on the floor. That should be taken care of now in terms of making or proposing an amendment to the motion that's on the floor.
We would need that to be fairly specific. We understand what it is we're trying to achieve.
So Karen, would you like to?
Sure. Sure. I could add to a condition D to number 7 with water withdrawal shall only occur during the week that new seed has been placed on the fields.
Scott, did you get that?
I did.
Could you read it back, please?
Adding a condition 7D stating that water withdrawals for irrigation would only occur on the site during the week, and we might need to craft that a little bit, during the week that seeding on the site has occurred.
Karen, is that what you wanted to say? Are you moving that?
Yes, as
As an amendment?
yes, that is my motion. That is my amendment
That's your
to the
amendment.
motion on the table.
Is there a second to that? Tim, there's a second. Any further discussion? Remember, this is an amendment to Mr. Claiborne's motion. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, may we have the vote, please?
And just to clarify, Mr. Chair, this would be a vote simply on the motion to amend the motion that's on the floor.
Right, we have not moved the motion yet. We have not moved the core motion yet. Can we have a roll call on the amendment to Mr. Claiborne's motion?
Okay, yes. Mr. Bailey?
Aye.
Mr. Keller?
Aye.
Ms. Firehawk?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph?
Aye.
Mr. Bivens?
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne?
Aye.
So we now have before us the amended motion, which is about starting at 8 o'clock, or that's not in the motion, no, that's accepting that. But the two things are the ADA bathroom and the herbicide and pesticide, working with staff, and that language will be refined as we've told. And now with the piece about water. Yes, Rick.
Mr. Chairman, given the fact that we've actually changed the wording of the motion, do we not need to first ask Mr. Keller if he still wants to second this motion?
Well, I thought I saw him do that, but we can do that. I thought I saw him raise his hand. Would you still like the motion? Would you still like? Yes, I saw him raise his hand. He did. Okay. So are we all understanding what the amended motion, Mr. Claiborne's amended motion is, and where we're going from here? Okay, fine. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Claiborne?
Aye.
Mr. Bivens?
Aye.
Mr. Randolph?
Aye.
Ms. Firehawk?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Aye.
Mr. Bailey?
Aye.
Thank you.
The amended motion has passed. Thank you very much. And gentlemen from Manu, you'll be working with staff to sort of refine that language so that for the public hearing with the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And please don't do what the people in Europe have done. Don't turn into a super league.
We will not.
Don't turn into a soup party. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. You too.
Moving on.
Because your club isn't part of them.
I am. That's right. and I don't think Paris Saint-Germain would ever be part of anything like that. Moving on to SP 2021-01 Midway Solar Project. Do I see Mr. Fritz? There he is. May we have the staff report, please?
Sure. I'm going to share my screen with you. Let me find my screen. There we go. Do you see the SP 2001-0001 Midway Solar?
We do.
Great. So this application is located southwest of Batesville. I've highlighted the parcel here for you so you can see the county line just appearing in the lower left-hand corner of the screen there. So it gives you an idea of where this property is on Craig Store Road. This particular map, zooming in a little bit, or actually it's the same one. It shows you the location of the agricultural forestal districts that are in the immediate area. They're highlighted in sort of that beige color, I guess it is. This property is adjacent to an agricultural forestal district. The project was reviewed by the AFQ March 16th, and by a vote of 6-1, the committee found that the proposal does not conflict with the purposes of the district. This map also shows the location of the Batesville Historic District, and that's about the closest point of that is about a half mile to the northeast, and you can just see it there. I think you can see my mouse. It's just there. So what is this application? This is an application for an 8 megawatt photovoltaic system with a 4 megawatt battery energy storage system. It occupies about 80 acres of a 136 acre parcel. This proposal does not require the upgrading of the distribution system and doesn't expand the CVEC service area. And the power produced by this facility will be distributed throughout the CVE system in the same manner as power generated by any other generation source. Solar systems, by their very nature, must be located on relatively large, open, gently sloping areas with access to power transmission lines. This photo, you can see some of the site is already open and a power line crosses the property. You can see the opening for that. The wooded area on this property is not a natural forest, it is planted pine. So what I've done here is I've taken the conceptual plan submitted by the applicant and I've modified it a little bit so that hopefully it'll be a little easier for you to understand. What I've done is these are the portions of the site that are currently wooded. This marks the area of the solar panels. Not the entirety of the area will be solar panels, but it marks the area that will be cleared to accommodate the solar panels. So you can see how much of the site will be cleared to do that and how much of the site will stay wooded. This outlines the area for the battery. The batteries are housed in a structure that best description I can give you, it's not unlike a shipping container in terms of its size and dimensions. The batteries provide power when the panels are shaded. For example, it allows the flow of energy from the site to be maintained as clouds pass by. This prevents surges and drops in power and peaks in power from the facility. And it also allows for some power to be supplied during peak demand. I just want to point this out because it was an issue in some of the previous discussions with the public. This is the access. The plan, which you see here, which was as originally submitted, showed the access on an adjacent property. The applicant has done additional survey work, and we have that available if you'd like to see it. Has done some additional survey work, and the access is in fact not on adjacent property. It is entirely on the CVEC property. It's important to point out that if this special use permit is approved, the access for the site cannot be located on adjacent property. It must be located on the CVEC property. This is not a major issue. It's simply a point of clarification. I mentioned comments before. There was a virtual community meeting that was held back in February, and we had 37 attendees. And the comments received included concerns about lighting, Statements in support of grazing opportunities on the site, providing public trail access along the Meachams River, visual impacts, property value impacts, decommissioning and recycling of decommissioned materials, and construction access. So the staff report you have before you goes over a lot of things, and I'm not going to go into all of those for you. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. I just want to point out that this special use permit and all special use permits are evaluated for compliance with the provisions of the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance contains regulations for review criteria for special use permits. The ordinance does not contain any specific regulations for utility scale solar. So this is reviewed solely against the special use permit criteria that all special use permits are reviewed against. This request is also reviewed for compliance with the comprehensive plan. You'll need to take 2 actions today, and I have motions for you prepared for either approval or denial. You'll need to take an action on the special use permit, and you'll need to take an action to either find it in compliance or substantially in compliance or not substantially in compliance with the comprehensive plan. Only the Planning Commission takes that action. The board does not take the action on the compliance with the comprehensive plan issue. Obviously, the board does take action on the special use permit. So there were some issues that I think are important for the Planning Commission to talk about. So I'm gonna talk about those for you. The results of the review did allow staff to recommend approval. And like I said, I'm not going to discuss all the findings that are made supportive of this project. Those are contained in the staff report, but we have identified some concerns that we believe should be considered by the Planning Commission and ultimately by the Board of Supervisors. And I'm going to go over those with you in these next few slides. The first thing we have is staff evaluated the soils on this property, and based on the USDA soil survey, about 33% of the site is prime soil, and those are highlighted here for you. These soils are somewhat scattered throughout the site. There are no unique soils located on the property. We do point out that the decommissioning plan will allow the property to be used for agricultural and forestal use in the future. This project will remove prime soils from use, and after decommissioning, the quality of the soils will likely not be as good as they are now. The soils that you see down by the Meachams River, they're not going to be disturbed, and some of the soils sort of up in the upper portion of the property, they're also not going to be disturbed. The biggest area is really that central area. I'm not going to go into this in great detail. The staff report does do this, and the packet has the links have much more detailed information. It doesn't really lend itself to a PowerPoint presentation that well, so I'm just going to give it a basic information here. The applicant has submitted some visual simulations, and this is an example of the type of information that's contained in those visual simulations. The photo in the upper left shows a representation of the facility at the time of installation. And the example in the lower right shows a representative of the site with screening. We've analyzed the information, and we agree that screening trees will provide substantial screening at maturity. However, this screening will not be in place at day one, and there will be visibility for a number of years as the screening takes hold and matures. Until the screening becomes fully effective, this facility will change the character of the area. This will be mitigated as the trees grow and eliminated once the facility is removed, but removal will not occur for several decades. This facility is located in the watershed of the South Fork Ravenna Reservoir, which is, as we all know, a drinking water impoundment. The staff report goes into detail with the concerns staff has with this type of facility in the reservoir watershed, and I'm only going to provide a brief outline of the comments. The introduction of impervious area not associated with agriculture or forestal activity may be considered inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. This particular photo shows how solar panels are installed. The solar panels themselves are impervious. However, the area under the panels remains pervious. This arrangement will likely result in less runoff than would be expected from a fully impervious development, such as a barn, house, or greenhouse. However, runoff will be greater than the existing condition of the site due to the concentration of runoff caused by the panels. I do want to point out that unlike other projects with impervious areas, this project may ultimately be decommissioned and returned to the previous condition. Unlike impervious areas involving streets and parking, the impervious area from the solar panels does not collect oil, grease, rubber, or other pollutants that ultimately run off. Cleaning of the panels is done by rainfall, or if rainfall is insufficient, is accomplished by water brought in by truck and brush. Chemicals are not used in the cleaning of dust, pollen, or bird droppings from the panels. It is our opinion that the impervious nature of the proposed facility is mitigated, and this allows us to recommend approval, but we do have concerns. We believe that the impervious nature of the facility is mitigated because of grass under the panels, maintaining pervious area, the use of tracking systems for the panels. This alters the angle of the drip line of the panels and helps to prevent concentrated flow. The rows of panels are separated to prevent shading and allow access. This separation allows for pervious areas scattered throughout the site. This aids in runoff absorption. The impervious nature of these panels is less than that from greenhouses or other agricultural buildings, and decommissioning will return the property to its previous state. We are recommending approval of this project subject to conditions, and that's all I have for you as a formal presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. If you could give us back the ability to see everyone, that would be great.
Will do.
Thank you.
There you are.
There you are. Thank you so very much. Are there questions, please, for Mr. Fritz? Wow, no question.
I'll take it.
Go with it for, that's only for right. That's only temporary too.
I'm going to go now, okay?
No, you're good. So we'll open it up. So if the applicant is here, if the applicant will introduce whoever the lead applicant is and introduce their fellow, the people who are here with them, please, their colleagues.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my name is Bobby Jose. I have a short presentation I'd like to share via PowerPoint, if possible.
Please. And do you want to introduce your colleagues while you're doing that, or is that not necessary? And I'm fine if that's not necessary, but they may not be.
It'll be part of the presentation. That's okay.
Let's go then. You're there. We're seeing you. You're there. We see you.
All righty. I think the presentation is up and running now. Can we see the first slide?
You're there. You're good.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Pleased to present to you all for your consideration our Midway Solar Center project. And thank you to Bill for the introduction. With us here today, in addition to myself, the project developer for the Midway project, we have Danny Van Cleef, our CEO, Mike Stanton, our Vice President of Development, Becca Stoner, the development engineer for the project, and also Andrew Cotter, who is a power portfolio specialist for CVEC, who will ultimately be the power purchaser and user of the energy from this facility. In addition, we have two subject matter experts with us, Rich Kirkland and Ricky Hewitt, who will provide input as needed. For those of you who aren't familiar with SunTribe, SunTribe is a commercial and utility scale solar provider established and based right here right up the road in Charlottesville, Virginia. We work with schools, local governments, landowners, and local partners throughout the Commonwealth to provide sustainable solar solutions and advance our partners' renewable energy goals. Being located in Charlottesville, many of our employees rooted here in Albemarle County and surrounding communities. It's really a unique opportunity and a privilege for us to be able to have the opportunity to develop a project like this in our own backyard. And we don't take this responsibility lightly. We really strive in developing this project to do it the right way And our reputation as a community-focused developer is important to us, and delivering a community-focused project is a priority. In that, we are also excited to be partnering this project with a similarly minded community-focused company such as the Central Virginia Electric Cooperative. And here to talk a little bit about CVEC's goals and how this project fits within their portfolio, I'd like to turn it over to Andrew to speak to that.
Great, thank you, Bobby. Thank you for giving me a little bit of time, everybody. So over the last few months of this process, I've managed to speak with a number of the Batesville residents and kind of figured that it might be useful for me to provide a bit of a context of why we're doing this project, whereas SunTribe's going to describe the what and the how. So once again, my name is Andrew Cotter. I'm the Power Portfolio Manager at CVEC. I'm also the CVEC Project Manager for the Midway Solar Center. So who is CVEC? We're a member-owned not-for-profit utility. We serve 38,000 members in Central Virginia, kind of from Louisa down past Appomattox. We're a cooperative, just sort of like your local wine, dairy, or produce co-op. We're owned by our members who share in the cost, profits, and benefits. But instead of milk or vegetables, we do it for electricity. And we do this by procuring energy from a portfolio of sources, wind, solar, hydro, as well as gas and coal, through a mix of contracts and market purchases, and then we deliver it via the power lines you see in your neighborhoods. We see the Midway Solar Center as a keystone project for the long-term portfolio and our ability to navigate the challenges we see coming down the pike. Next slide, please. So why is this project so important? I think Bill touched on this a little bit, but I'm going to give a little bit of describe things a little bit differently. So there are two types of electric systems. First, you have the transmission system, and the transmission lines are like major interstates, I-81, I-64, I-95. And this is really valuable because it allows us to import power from generators all over the Mid-Atlantic, from Ohio to New Jersey, down to North Carolina. But then there's the distribution system, and these are the local roads, like Batesville Road or Kritzer Shop Road. And this is how we actually get the power to your home. And there's a catch here, though. On every single exit on the transmission system, there's toll booths. So while we can get a great contract from a merchant out in Ohio, we can't really control what the cost is going through those tolls. And those tolls, they change moment to moment. And those harshest penalties always hit when we need the power most. So that's late afternoons during a heat wave when we need our air conditioners, or early mornings during a cold snap in the winter when we need our heating system or our pipes will burst. But if we can build our own solar generator and combine it with a battery, not only are we replacing the most expensive power we can get with lower cost, clean and renewable power, we can do it in a way that also controls these transmission costs. And the transmission costs moving forward is one of the biggest risks we have of keeping rates stable. So if we can prove this here with this project, it kind of changes the whole kind of electricity investment strategy for us, where we can see and have proof right here how we can use our own local generation sources in order to balance out our portfolio even better. So the next slide, please. So, I know all that sounds great, but I think for a lot of the folks who are listening in, it's, well, that's great, but why here and why now? So the key to getting these benefits is you have to site these solar and battery projects on our distribution grids, going back the local roads. And that's a challenge. Bill mentioned a couple of them. You need a lot of land. You need access to power lines. But something people seem to overlook, unless you're sort of in the industry like myself, is you need the ability for a local grid to absorb all the power that's being generated. So the current deal is right now, you can avoid all the transmission tolls, but only if the solar generator doesn't impact the transmission grid. And at CVEC, we're not just one big network of distribution lines. We're actually about 20 separate small networks of distribution lines. And of those networks, there's only one that can take an 8 megawatt project. And that's the project we're talking about today. After this, we have a 5 megawatt happening in Fluvanna as well. After these two projects, the low hanging fruit's gone. And it's going to be much, much harder, much more difficult, and the margins are going to be much more narrow to do these kinds of projects in the future. And it's going to be even more difficult if we don't have sort of the proof and the numbers that we're looking to get by doing this proof of concept through this project. So in addition to the sort of the difficulties of siting, there's also a gold rush going on right now for good solar lots. We're competing against well-capitalized firms from all over the world, California, New York, Europe, Asia, for these pieces of land. And, on top of all this, right now, the current rules, which are very beneficial to local communities, there's limits on those rules. And we don't know when those caps are going to be hit. But considering the amount of information that we're getting in the gold rush, I don't think they're going to be around that long. And I can't speak for sure what the new rules are going to entail, but right now the getting's good. We get all the benefits, we get the whole pie. So it's kind of hard to see any change that's going to be better. So finally, I just want to kind of speak as a local who lives just right down the road in Afton. I want to say that we understand that there's sort of an element of sacrifice here for the Batesville community. There's a big piece of land we're looking to take right smack in the middle of the neighborhood. But I want folks to keep in mind when you hear people talking about environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, rural sustainability, green energy, the modern grid, all these terms, well, that's actually what's going on here. This is where the rubber meets the road. And I think you'll find with the subsequent presentation from SunTribe that we're really taking all your feedback very seriously because we just really want this to work for everybody. So I think with that, Bobby, I'll let you guys talk about how you're going to be building this project.
Thank you, Andrew. So to speak a little bit more about what we're proposing, as Bill mentioned, an 8 megawatt AC solar energy facility paired with a 4 megawatt battery storage system. In our original design, we anticipated a maximum site area of approximately 80 acres. And as we've continued to iterate our design, we're seeing that come down with a disturbance area closer to 65 acres, which is about less than 50% of the site. Of that, as Bill mentioned, 32 acres will be involved in site clearing, and those will be largely limited to the current timber farm areas on the site. And then access would be from Craig Store Road. And the facility will produce enough energy to power approximately 2,600 homes per year. And then again, it connects specifically to the distribution lines that already exist on the project site. The parcel is Albemarle County Parcel 8517B, owned by Central Virginia Electric Cooperative. It's approximately 1.8 miles west of the town of Batesville and encompasses 136 acres of the RA zoned land. The current land use of the site is grazing and pasture land and the timber farm, so the silviculture areas. There are a number of items we focused on as we designed the site and continue to design the site. Midway was designed to utilize the cleared areas to the highest extent possible. We also look to avoid sensitive environmental areas such as wetlands and steep slopes, and also utilize high efficiency solar panels to help reduce the development footprint of the facility. The design is set up to either meet or exceed county requirements for site buffering. And as we continue with the development of the project, we'll look to continue to ensure and evaluate impacts to adjacent landowner viewsheds and work with adjacent landowners to try to find solutions to those viewshed impacts. So here is the kind of current layout of the site as presented. And what you see here is the panel areas, which as demonstrated in this image are more like building envelopes. The exact location and layout of the panels within this area will will vary slightly as we finalize the size of panel and the type of racking we use on the site. What you also see in blue here is the locations of proposed additional supplementary vegetative screening, excuse me. And also the gray is the internal roadways of the site. And then the last thing to notice here is the dashed line outlining the panel areas. This is the fence limitations of the site, and any existing vegetation outside of these areas will remain in place during operation of the facility and will not be impacted. And again, just want to point out, this is a continuing design that we're continuing to improve and take input on as we move forward in the project's development. We've conducted a number of environmental and cultural historic studies on the site. These include stream and wetland delineations, which we've received a preliminary jurisdictional determination for the project. Cultural desktop and field cultural and historical studies, and field and desktop wildlife resource studies. The aim here is not only to construct this project, do we need to achieve local land use approval. We also need to go through a process called the permit by rule process, which is a comprehensive review from state agencies such as DEQ, the Department of Environmental Quality, the Department of Historic Resources, the Department of Conservation and Recreation, and the Department of Wildlife Resources. We'll continue to coordinate with these agencies moving forward to identify any unidentified cultural, historical, or wildlife resources on the site, and if identified, develop appropriate mitigation procedures to make sure that we're not impacting those resources in our project's development.
So I need to interrupt you here because we've
yes, sir.
We've hit that point of time, usage of time. And so unless you have something really critical that you need to tell us, or can tell me you've only got one slide left, then I'm going to need to pause you now and let the commissioners ask you questions.
Understood. I was about halfway through the presentation, so I believe they'll have
a little too much. That's a little bit too much remaining.
Understood. Appreciative of your time, and we'll turn it back over to the commission to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners. So we have Tim, and then we have Tim, Rick. So Tim, go please.
Okay. Rick, I think you're going to talk maybe about some of the bigger policy things, I hope. So I'm going to hit some specifics that I think are going to need to be in policies as we have more and more of these to address. First of all, I'm very much supportive of the idea, the concept. I've listened to the community presentation and also had the benefit of the presentation to the Ag and Forestry Advisory Committee. And if the question ever comes up about the vote there, we'll have to have Bill or Scott Clark explain the very tight parameters that committee was addressing. It wasn't this overall aspect that we get to do at the Planning Commission. So I have 4 areas of concern, and one is paramount, and this is, you all hear this from me on regular sites, and that is the potential loss of high-value ag soils due to contour manipulation. I would like to see a project, and I would like to see all of the solar farm projects work with not having to do the significant contour manipulations that we see the roads put in. I've had an opportunity to see these installations across the United States and Asia and in Europe, and I have seen some very interesting ones in which the legs, if you will, of the panels are at different heights so that the underlying land does not have to be compromised. I think, as in the very thoughtful letter that was sent to us by PEC and Bill Fritz's point as well, that even with scraping off the topsoil and saving it with the idea that it's going to be put back at a future date, there's still significant degradation. And it seems to me that this is one of the core definitions at the state level of what constitutes prime agricultural lands and in the county as well. And that is high quality soils. And that was mapped and shown to us, and there's several different pieces of that. Secondary to that primary underlying concern that I need to have remedied to vote positively on this is the visibility at multiple distances along county roads. Every day as I go across Monticello Mountain, I see a small array of solar panels on Carter Mountain, but not a whole field full of them. So even at a middle ground or background viewing, they are a substantial change. And maybe that's something just like high tension lines that we all as a society need to get used to. And I'm willing to entertain that. That's why I say this is secondary on my list. Third is dark sky and the question of lighting in the evenings, when that will be turned off. Obviously, if there's work that needs to be done, then lights are going to need to be turned on. But I know you all have been talking about that. So I'd like you to address that. And then from our first project on Route 53 that we saw, there were discussions of the sounds of the motors that changed the panel inclinations. And there seemed to be disagreements over the amount of sound that was generated at the edge of property from those units. So I wonder if you could just briefly address each of those 4 items.
Yes, sir. So I'll start with the concern about the lighting and dark skies. We've taken the community input and gone back and talked with our partners, and it's we've identified that actually we can run the facility with no permanent lighting whatsoever. If maintenance needs to occur after daylight hours, we can use temporary worksite lighting, but it's our intention to not include any permanent lighting with the facility at all. As far as the visual impact from distance, we'll be happy to work with you to identify areas of concern, both yourself and stakeholders within the community, and develop additional visual simulations for those locations. And then from that, work out strategies for additional visual impact mitigation if possible. And then finally, regarding your last comment on the soils, again, I think I have to, we understand the unique challenges with the site, and this really is, and I'll lean back on Andrew's comments, a unique opportunity for them as well to develop a project like this in their service territory. There are a number of mitigation opportunities we can provide on the site in order to help reduce the impact on those prime soils, including topsoil stockpiling, as you mentioned, and other soil amendments on the site, as well as our intention to continue the current use of the site in our ongoing grounds maintenance in operation of the facility through the use of solar grazing of sheep and maintaining the pasture grazing nature of the site.
If I could just do one follow-up, Chair.
Yes, please.
I'm going to stand strong on this one. I don't think that the standard civil engineering solutions that we're seeing in development across the country, around the world, is the type of solution that you all should be exploring. I think that there are ways from an architectural form standpoint that you can use different sized legs, if you will, to support these structures so that they can step down and still work as a collective array without having to do the significant manipulation that we see so often and that we're seeing in the development areas. This is different. This is rural areas. This is about soil and underlying agriculture. And if you're going to take advantage of the rural areas for this, and I support that, then it seems to me that there are ways that you can make it work without having to decimate the land. Thank you. I'd like a response.
We're like I said, we're open to evaluating and understanding other methods for the development of the site, and look forward to following up with you as we move forward.
Right.
I'm going to follow up on Tim's point a little bit here. Your page 11 of your confidential and proprietary Midway Solar development application, which is attachment B in our packet. Your first sentence under critical slopes, it indicates that your design will not encroach on any large contiguous areas. And we know from Bill Fritz's presentation of the map that you have a series of different sections of pie that are not all tied together. So when you use the sentence, we will not encroach on any large contiguous areas, I take it that that does mean that you intend to encroach on some fairly substantial non-contiguous areas of critical slopes, as I see back on the Meacham River side of the piece of property. But that's just an observation. But here's my question. I'm not really clear here, and I think, Tim, this is also something you were getting at. I'm not really clear here about the degree of grading that is going to be necessitated on the site. Now, I have some intimate familiarity with Route 53 Solyanesco solar site, which was the first major utility solar facility in Albemarle County that was not attached to a school building. And I understand that that surface area was fairly flat. There was probably a fluctuation in elevation of no more than maybe 10 feet. But here on the topographic, when I finally figured it out, Bill Fritz, thank you for your patience, with every line representing 2 feet, that there is some real elevation changes. And I'm assuming that when the trees come out and the stumps are removed, there's going to be some grading here. Why else would we be having this discussion about soils? But I really don't have any firm indication from your staff or your submitted application what is the extent of that grading, which I do feel adds to the poignancy of Tim's recommendation for looking at ways as much as possible to preserve the high value soil that's here. The other thing that I'm concerned about is I really don't see in here any pronounced strategies to mitigate runoff during the construction process as a result of removing the trees, taking out the stumps, and doing any grading on the site. Now, I know you're going to be under state and local requirements, but I want to see how you're going to go the extra mile here to mitigate the potential runoff on the site. So those are two initial questions I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. Just to speak shortly about your first comment regarding critical slopes, the reason why we added the clarifier large continuous areas is there are small pockets as indicated in the Albemarle County steep slopes layer that are internal to the site that upon survey were identified as not steep slopes. And we were focusing our comments specifically on those small areas in anticipation of a survey correcting those small pockets and areas. To your comment about the grading, I'd like to turn it over to our site engineer, Ricky, to explain a little bit more about the process of or what we're looking at in terms of grading on the site and things we'll be looking to achieve above and beyond current water protection ordinance requirements to ensure stormwater and erosion sediment control issues are adequately addressed in construction.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby. My name is Ricky Hewitt. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, I'm a licensed civil engineer, worked on a lot of utility scale, small scale solar in the state of Virginia. And all the concerns that are being brought up are standards and things that we take into high consideration. Regarding the grading, the extent of the grading, we're still in preliminary design. A lot of the grading parameters are a function of the racking that is selected. As Mr. Keller kind of indicated, that racking has not been fully selected, but I'll say there are two types of solar racking that are standard. One is called fixed tilt and one is called tracker. And the benefit of the tracker, which this project is proposing, is it allows the panels to track from east to west and optimize the amount of sunlight that they're able to absorb and turn into energy. And one of the benefits of doing that is having a reduced footprint as compared to fixed tilt type systems. So as we think about using the tracker racking technology, it does require a bit more grading, and that is the extent of that is still yet to be determined, as we're still just in very preliminary design when it comes to that. But I'll say the site currently is in primarily a silviculture operation where the trees are regularly, and by regularly I mean every 20 years or so, cut down, timbered, and when that happens, there is no perimeter erosion control measures that are put up for those operations. So the surrounding watershed, the buffers that we've shown are cleared. They're not left, they're not maintained. And also during all those activities, there are no perimeter erosion control devices put in. So by going in and putting a solar system in that we're proposing, any clearing, any grading, any of the construction that's going to happen is going to be protected with not only state minimums, and I believe Mr. Keller mentioned standard civil engineering practices are insufficient, and I don't actually disagree with that. And in the state of Virginia, in my experience, developers and engineers and designers, they see the minimum standard as the goal to achieve as opposed to the foundation to build on. And Sun Tribe and Hewitt Solutions and all the other stakeholders, including the county engineers with Albemarle, have all identified ways in which we can use the state standard as a minimum foundation to build on. And we've identified a number of factors, conservative engineering factors, those sorts of things to exceed the norm, while also not being cost prohibitive to a site that is such a valuable resource. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Did you ever get a response, Rick, for the decibels for, or was that a question that you wanted to respond to? Okay, fine. Karen?
Yes, thanks. I have a question about in the application it said you would be retaining the topsoil on site by storing it. And I was trying to understand if you intended that for the lifetime of the project. I mean, that's typically done during a construction project where you temporarily disturb the topsoil and then return it in a short period of time. Were you intending to say that you were stockpiling the soils for the 30-year lifespan of the project or just during construction?
So in order to do grading, before grading occurs, the topsoil would be captured, and then after grading occurred, the topsoil would be replaced, and then the panels and then vegetation reestablished. And using that topsoil to help us reestablish the vegetation is a very important factor in our erosion control measures. And then the racking and panels would be placed on top once that stabilization occurs.
Karen? You're frozen, Karen.
Oh, sorry, I didn't feel it.
It's warm.
I also was wondering if it was, okay.
Go ahead. Did you have another question?
Yes, I know that the applicant did not get to show their entire presentation, and I am not asking them to re-show the rest of it, but I wondered if there were any slides in the presentation that addressed the concerns about view sheds.
Okay.
And if it was possible to hear more about how the views were being protected or analyzed.
So I don't necessarily know that we need to see slides, but I think that's a question a number of people have asked about view sheds, but who else is up and will come? So put a fuel, where are you? People move around. Oh, there you are. So Mr. Johnson, if you just hold that as a question. Who else who was standing in? So we have Daniel and anyone after Daniel? Daniel.
Just as he answered that, they're in the narrative and other things, slide talk about the vegetative screening portion. And since we didn't get to see the whole presentation, I'd like to see if the applicant could speak a little bit about the plan for reconstitution of vegetation on the site related to potential, pollinators, native species, and others, or underneath the panels specifically as the panels are installed. What's the plan for after construction reconstitution of vegetation on the site, not just on the vegetative buffer?
Yeah, so we're currently still evaluating post-construction vegetated cover along with the
He's muted. We can't hear him.
appreciate it.
Do you need,
now.
do you need speaking so they can see whether or not so they can determine, let's hear whether or not we're speaking, so they can hear us?
Yes, I
Otherwise, we can just be quiet. It's, oh, yes, you have perfect silence.
I take it it's a seventh inning stretch.
No,
They said, we're back. They can hear us again.
no, yeah, there's a stretch, but no, let's go. Let's have a bit about the site, and then we're going to the public hearing. Part of it. Unless Corey, you have something? Luis, you have something? Okay.
No, sir, I'm good.
All right, then let's hear a bit about how you're going to mitigate your views.
So we have indicated, as I showed earlier on the site plan, a number of locations to plant supplementary vegetation, in addition to the current preservation of a majority of the existing vegetation surrounding the proposed layout locations. That vegetation is at a minimum aimed at being 20 feet in width. A double staggered row of evergreen trees with a planted height of a minimum of 4 feet. And we'll also supplement that with a number of other, and as part of our CUP conditions, at least 3 plant species from the Albemarle County recommended plants list. So the exact makeup of what the screening will look like is still to be determined as we go through the site site plan review process. However, at a minimum, it'll look similar to what was shown in the visual simulations that were presented earlier.
So here's the piece. So a number of things that we've heard about is how do we sort of sit with citizens, property owners next to you, your neighbors, if this should go through, who will have to wait 20 years before this happens. So what do we do between now and year 20? That's something I think you're going to want to be able to speak to with some clear possibilities.
So we anticipate the species that we'll be planting on the site to be planted again at a minimum of 4 feet in height. And that species has a growth rate of approximately 12 to 24 inches per year. So we anticipate in approximately 4 to 8 years after commissioning of the facility, the vegetation to be substantial enough to sufficiently conceal the facility.
Anything else before we go to the public? Hold it. So then we're going to go to the public hearing. Carolyn, is anyone there who wishes to speak?
Yes, right now I have Jane Fellows. Jane, please state your name and address. If you're associated with any organization, please state that as well. And your 3 minutes starts as soon as you start talking.
Hi, my name's Jane Fellows. I live at 1915 Thunder Ridge Road. I am a property owner, neighboring property, and I really appreciate Bobby and the Sun Tribes project, and I'm supportive of solar in theory, but both Mr. Cotter and Bobby Joe said, we live here, this is our backyard, but we're talking about my literal backyard. And I have sent you guys a letter. I really, I am in support of solar energy and sustainability, but my biggest concern is the visibility issue, which you have been talking about, and I'm pleased to see that you guys are taking it seriously. But I'm positive that if it's visible from my property, that it's going to negatively impact my property values. And in my letter requesting to you guys, I wanted to maybe flag or mark where the cuttings would be, where the plantings would be, so we could get a better sense what the impact to our view shed would be, because it would be really hard for me to feel good about that project if it's going to impact the way I live on this property. And I've chosen a rural lifestyle for a reason. And having a commercial facility in my view shed was never part of the calculation. So I do appreciate the effort. I do appreciate the changes that I've seen in the slides that Bobby was showing, and that these issues are being taken seriously. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Thanks so much. That's all I've got.
Next, I have Chris Hawk. Chris, please state your name, organization, and your 3 minutes starts as soon as you start talking.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Chris Hawk with the Piedmont Environmental Council. The Piedmont Environmental Council, also known as PEC, supports well-sited renewable energy that protects and promotes natural carbon sequestration sources. Solar sites should not adversely impact our natural, cultural, and historic resources that make Albemarle a great place to live, work, and play. The Rivanna Solid Waste Authority's proposal to locate solar on a landfill is an example of an appropriate location for utility-scale solar. PEC recommends that the Midway Solar Special Use Permit be denied in its current form. In addition to our comment submitted earlier this week, PEC raises the following concerns. The current state of the Albemarle County zoning ordinance does not allow for utility-scale solar facilities to receive the level of staff review nor county enforcement that is warranted. Utility-scale solar facilities are not comparable to other agricultural practices and similar uses allowed as by right in the rural area. The zoning ordinance should be updated to include utility-scale solar specific language in ordinances. A one-liner definition is not sufficient for appropriate county review and enforcement for facilities of this size and nature. Short-term construction-induced erosion and sediment control impacts and the long-term stormwater impacts for a solar facility far exceed those of agricultural practices and buildings permitted as by right in the rural area district. This project proposes impervious solar panels on 80 acres. Imagine the impacts of an 80-acre building, such as a greenhouse, or a 40-acre greenhouse, or a 20-acre greenhouse. There are no buildings within the rural area of this size. PEC highlights the county staff statement that, quote, staff cannot make a finding that even a temporary installation, 25 years or more, of a large impervious area in a water supply watershed is consistent with the intent of the RA district, end quote. No finding suggests that there is the possibility for impacts on the Meachams River in the South Fork Rivanna Reservoir. An additional component of the staff report states that, quote, this project is unusual in that it is a use that can be removed, allowing the site to largely return to its existing condition, end quote. While solar panels are proposed to be removed, there is little to no evidence that on-site soil characteristics will be returned to their original condition. All efforts should be made to return the land to its prior state, including its viability for different types of equal or higher use agriculture. Pasture land is not equivalent to productive cropland. While, quote, decommissioning will return the property to its current impervious state, end quote, decommissioning will likely not return the property to the same productive agricultural state. Thank you for taking the time to review PEC's concerns on this important matter.
All right, Ms. Fellows has her hand up again, but we don't take second comments. So Ms. Fellows, I'm sorry. Next I have Elizabeth. Okay, I have nobody now. Wait, I have Elizabeth Williams. Hold on one second. Elizabeth, please state your name, address. If you're with a group or organization, your 3 minutes starts as soon as you start talking.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Elizabeth K. Williams, 6973 River Hill Lane, which is on the Batesville Road. And my property is contiguous with the northeast corner of this development. And again, I'm wonderfully in supportive of solar energy. I am very concerned about the Meachams River and the runoff. And it is true that the woods are pine forest, but when I moved there 30 years ago, it was a beautiful, mature hardwood forest. And unfortunately, the owner cut them down and turned it into a pine forest. And there was tremendous, in my opinion, damage to the Meacham's River in terms of silt. The method used was terrible when they were logging. They just drove the trucks right through the river. And so I am especially concerned since there is a concern about the impervious quality of solar farms runoff. It's very steep going down to the river. I'm glad you're not planning on going in those steep areas. So I'm especially concerned that there should be some monitoring of the river and whether it's being impacted with increased silt, which is the Meacham's River is not considered a clean river. It has lots of silt. The other thing is that it would be wonderful to move toward native plantings if possible, to not be using, I hope you're not going to use herbicides or fertilizers or anything of that sort. I don't know how green you're going with all of this. So those are my concerns. I really would love there be some way to monitor the river, to have some way to check and make sure that we're not increasing sedimentation, silt into the Meacham's River. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Sarah. Sarah, please state your name and address, and if you're with a group and organization. Your 3 minutes start as soon as you start speaking.
Hi, I'm Sarah Teeting. I live at 1832 Craig Store Road. My property is immediately adjacent. When you looked at those maps of where the panels were and they had the blue line, that's my fence. So I will be able to see this from my kitchen window. We're right there on it. We are opposed to the project. Obviously, we have a number of concerns about its effect on our property values. The runoff, the property is higher behind our house. So any construction will run off down the hill into our property and then into the creek at the bottom. We also have concerns about fencing, the effect on the night sky, because they've talked about this will be surrounded by chain link fencing and security lighting, as well as the noise from batteries and other things. They talked about it wouldn't be louder than a kitchen appliance. Well, kitchen appliances can be rather loud. So we have a number of concerns about the project. And we were hoping that the county would take our concerns as the landowners into account and not just rubber stamp what the utility company wants to do. Thank you.
All right, next I have Debbie Winstead. Debbie, please state your name, address, and any organization you're affiliated with. You have 3 minutes to speak, and your time starts as soon as you start speaking. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Debbie Winstead. My husband Kevin and I bought our property directly across from the proposed site. We're at 1905 Craig Store Road. We initially were very much in favor of this project, but as time has gone on since February, we have several doubts and concerns that have become perhaps a bit more heightened. After hearing Bobby's spiel again, it was kind of the same thing. There were things brought up in February that we don't think necessarily have been addressed, and we hope the planning committee will address these. Following on from what Sally said, noise is definitely a concern during construction as well. The traffic, we would like to know in all of these parameters how the county plans to enforce this. We've been told that construction trucks will only come from 151, but we've experienced with CVAC in the development of Firefly, their other project that brought internet to us. We know that subcontractors and beyond subcontractors, they're going to come the quickest way. And so we want to make sure that for this, there is some sort of county oversight to the entire project with both the environmental impact around us and our lifestyle impact of how it's going to affect all of us here. From Jane's point of her view shed, not to mention it'll be in everybody's view. And there are several of us around also who have recently set up successful bed and breakfast homestays, and these will also be impacted, no doubt, by the construction. So there's lots to be concerned about here, but most importantly is how the county plans on enforcing and the rules around this project and seeing that proper oversight is there. Thank you.
At this time, I do not have anybody else with their hand raised. Wait, one more. Sorry. All right, Padma Ball, please state your name, address, any organization you're affiliated with, and your 3 minutes starts as soon as you start talking.
My name is Padma Ball. I live at 6809 River Hill Lane. My property is adjacent to this proposed solar complex, and I have a lot of concerns, but my main ones are the fact that we're on the Meacham River, and I'm concerned also about the water runoff as it is now. Our driveway is in a 100-year floodplain. Our driveway intersects Batesville Road, and there's a creek that follows around Craig Store Road and comes and enters into the Meacham Road right next to our driveway, and it often floods. Used to be a 100-year floodplain, but it's quite often now. And I talked to Bobby. He was very kind. He came out and we walked the land. We talked about the water, and he is going to work with the water engineers. But when this project's built and done, and if I have flooding, all of us on River Hill Lane will have not only a huge expense, but often we can't get in or can't get out if there's flooding. If there's more water there, and there's no one to monitor it, this is something, for me, it's really important that we pay attention to all these factors before we say this is a go-ahead. Not only what might be happening to the Meacham River with the extra flow and the erosion, but all of us along this creek as well, and those of us who have a driveway. So I just please ask that you pay close attention to all the details and make sure that the project is not built and then we're left with problems. Thank you.
And that's our last person.
And I will close the public hearing and allow, let's see, where is he? Okay, thank you. Bobby Joseph, you have 3 minutes to respond as you would like to some of the things that you would hear, and then we will pull it back to the commission.
Thank you. So I really wish I had a chance to get to the rest of my presentation. It outlined a number of areas of which we've listened really to the community input and tried to put that back into the design of our project. And that includes limiting of construction hours, working with landowners to specify the site extents and add additional supplementary vegetation to protect their viewshed as possible, and also implement construction management and traffic management plans to ensure that traffic is managed in the correct way, eliminating any large construction vehicle traffic through the town of Batesville, Plank Road, Batesville Road, and Miller School Road. And in addition, really be able to explain in more detail the number of erosion sediment control and stormwater management measures that we were looking to implement above and beyond what's baseline required, including oversizing of some of the BMPs, preserving permanently some of the existing all of the existing vegetation surrounding the site to prevent future impacts to that vegetation. We really want to emphasize that we're really listening to the concerns of the community surrounding the project, and we look forward to continuing to work with them if we have the opportunity to move forward with this project.
Thank you. Commissioners. Bill, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there were a number of questions that the commissioners had and some of the public had. I may be able to offer some comments that help you in your discussions.
You're welcome that.
So just so you know, there were some questions from commissioners and comments from the public about lighting, and the applicant mentioned it. There's a condition that restricts lighting to only maintenance lighting. There's no other lighting permitted. Sounds, there is a condition that would make this facility subject to the noise limitations of the ordinance. And we also are, there's a condition that establishes a minimum 100-foot setback, and that will also aid with the sound. And I can give you more comments on my personal observations about sound and my evaluation. But those are two things that are that are conditions that you have. There was comments about the grass under the panels. That's a condition because it's in the applicant's application packet. So that's a condition. You don't need to do anything. It's already there. The screening, there is again that requirement of the 100-foot minimum 100-foot setback, and there's a condition about the mix of vegetation. I'd also point out that a site plan is going to be required, and part of a site plan will be a conservation plan that will be included. That all trees that are shown to remain, there's an agreement that the applicant enters into with the county. It's shown on the site plan. So there are additional protections there of not only the conditions of the conditions of the special use permit, but also then conditions of the site plan and the zoning ordinance. So I wanted to let you know that. There is a condition about access to the site, and that would be enforceable by the zoning administrator to restrict access to everything except passenger vehicles and pickup truck type vehicles to that traffic being from the west, not from the east. Mm-hmm. Also somewhat self-enforcing simply due to the nature of the roads to the east, northeast, just physically being able to make the turns and bridge limitations. And I think that answers the questions that the commission had. So I'd be happy to help you any way I can.
Could you, if it's at all possible, could you sort of give share a bit of an insight about how would some of these be followed up, or how would people know what the conditions were? For instance, I recall there were some issues about how would we keep abreast, or how would we be aware of what was going on?
Sure. Okay. So the conditions are attached to the staff report, so you can see what the conditions are there. This will go to the Board of Supervisors. I have a mailing list, an email list, and I believe all the speakers are on that email list. If not, if they email me, bfritz@albemarle.org, I will add them to my email list and make sure they know when this goes to the Board of Supervisors. Board of Supervisors meetings just like this one, except it's with the board. And the conditions would be there. If the conditions were adopted, they become enforceable by the zoning administrator. And the zoning administrator has a tool chest to require enforcement and penalties and other things that can be imposed. There will also be a site plan that this project will have to go through. There will be notification of the abutting property owners of the site plan. I will use the same email distribution list to let interested parties know that's coming forward. The site plan that's where the details about the grading and erosion sediment control and stormwater management facilities and the exact limits of clearing and the exact species of trees, all those very technical details will be addressed. That will be shown on the site plan. That becomes enforceable also by the county, also by the zoning administrator, same tools available to the zoning administrator to enforce. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Rick. So we have Rick Hussain, and who would like to come in after Rick? Rick, let's start with you.
Okay. As the members of the commission are aware, I asked Bill on Friday, actually before I had even picked up my packet, for the language that the county might have in terms of the zoning ordinance addressing utility solar. And as you all know, his response was, there is no such language. It's really covered in the special use permit process. What I want to say, and I already communicated this to Bill, I thought the staff report was excellent and extremely thorough and really establishes a template moving forward on other solar projects in a rural area where we have critical natural resources, slopes, as well as soils. And I had been thinking originally that maybe what we needed to do was looking at language, and this is what a point I think Tim was picking up. He thought I was going to go down this alley in recommending that we really buffer the zoning ordinance in addressing solar facilities. I'm not so sure now that we need to go that route, because I think basically I'm looking at what we have here that Bill has generated. And I think with the conditions that are established here that run with the application and run with the land, assuming they're approved by the board in more or less similar shape as they are right now, I think we really do have the necessary default language available to continue to apply. But I really see this as a tremendous step forward, Bill, from where we were on Route 53 3 years ago, how time flies. And that I think we've really now covered our needs without having to get into looking at putting language into a zoning ordinance, which we know we automatically have the problem of ossification of zoning language. Things change with time. There sitteth the zoning language in there. Time moves on, other conditions arrive, and the language doesn't get changed. And a future planning commission in 2032 grapples with the language that we had all signed on to. I see Andy's bemused face as he's been given the challenge of having to update some of this language. So we can avoid going down that path. It's a step in the right direction. But what I'm saying is I think I really have faith and confidence now in what staff has come up with, that going forward, we're going to have adequate safeguards to address our needs that may arise tomorrow. But otherwise, I think everything is covered that is a concern for me here. Thank you.
Tim.
So I think that in this particular project, I agree with what Rick said overall with a couple of caveats. I think that we have an exciting project because of the ownership and the development team are locally based. So often we don't have that situation. And I take you all at your word that you are committed to this area and doing things well. So I'm excited, but it seems to me that this project has the potential to be a state-of-the-art model for sensitively designed rural solar array installations, and that you haven't gotten us there. Now, of the four things that I initially said, I will take from watching the meetings and sort of following this process that you have tried to address the dark sky and the sound, and I'm willing to go with those two. But in terms of the visibility and where they're visible from, and I think you did exactly what community meetings ask you to. You were responding to the adjacent property owners, and we've heard from them this evening. But Daniel could maybe jump in on this one after I'm finished, that it's very easy to do scene area maps. Bill, you've heard me talk about this as long as I've been on the commission. I understand you have the software. Just as you've given us a steep slope overlay, you should be able to give us a scene area overlay that basically tells us whatever we want to query along all the roads in the area, 29 South, everywhere. Where can this be seen? Not so much what you see, but where can it be seen? Because that's really part of the major issue with large solar arrays. And it's a personal, it's like so many things. It's an age issue. Whether people accept that technology and see it as beautiful, or whether they see the technology and see it as ugly scar in the landscape. So I just think it would be useful from this point, if we're going to go along the lines that Rick is talking about, that a piece that's missing from the package is that scene area overlay. They could earmark what can be seen in a short distance of foreground, what can be seen in a longer distance of middle ground, and what can be seen in the background. Because black blobs have an impact on what we see and how we think of the rural areas of the county. Pretty easily done, pretty easy software way to handle that one. There might not be agreement, but it would take the questions out of the work that you all do, and I'm talking to the project team now, in the future, because you could say, we understand that this can be seen, but it's going to be seen at 3 miles. And we don't think that that's going to be a significant issue in the landscape if it's being seen from 3 miles away as basically a black dot in amongst a lot of forested lands and the curving landscape of the Piedmont. And then that brings me to my first and foremost, and that is about changing the land and the landform. If we really are going to have a model, we're seeing all throughout the county, we're seeing the loss of the original landforms. And I think that we need to hold firm in the rural areas. And I'm going to vote against this unless I can have some assurance through condition or somehow that that is going to be truly explored and talked about with the Board of Supervisors. The soils are such an underlying part of how we define rural and agriculture from the state of the Commonwealth Code on down through, that I think that the manipulations that, and not just you, every project that we're seeing are so much more extreme than they need to be. And in this case, where you're basically planting a bunch of poles and sticking on things on top of poles, I don't think that you have to do the degree of manipulation that is the standard operating practices, and that you all ought to set a new standard for what that can be in rural areas. So this is my challenge to you all. You know, you'll win the awards and you'll win the projects from other places if you can show how to do it. So I don't know how we as a commission handle it. Maybe I'm going to be the outlier in this. And I would just then look to my 2 architecture colleagues and hope that you would weigh in about some interesting and creative ways that these forms might be able to be put on the land without having to do the significant changing of contours that are being proposed, not just in this, and all of the ones that we see. And as Rick said, 53 was not as dramatic in its undulations, if you will, as this site. So it was much easier to visualize and think about how that would go. You all said, your team said that there are only going to be a few of these really special low-hanging fruits. So, you know, these should be the ones that you could give us a model, and it's not just a county model, it becomes a national model for how this can be handled. End of diatribe. I apologize.
No. So we've gotten from Tim, Louise, please.
Well, I certainly appreciate Commissioner Keller's comments, and I will add to them that I do believe that this is a great opportunity. Unfortunately, because it is a few of the low-hanging fruit has been mentioned. What this could become a model is how we can scrape land and flatten it, and I don't think that's would be an appropriate model. But if more and more we want to look for these opportunities, and here in the Piedmont, our topography is hilly, and the topography is there, and we know what we can do with earth moving. I lived in Southern California, and I saw how developments happen there. And so I do believe you have a great opportunity, and how this array can move with the topography could be a beautiful thing. And you can still keep the arrays that are tracking east to west, and have them undulate up onto the landscape. But the technology is there. The structural ability is there with the systems, and I would just encourage, or as Commissioner Keller said, challenge the team to take a look at that and really use this as a model for the Piedmont.
Who else would like to come alongside on this conversation or have something to share? Karen.
Yes, well, thank you, Commissioner Keller, for saving me from a long soliloquy on view sheds. But I will say that I think that before, if this should pass the commission and go to the board, it definitely, I think you should talk a lot more or do some more analysis on how you are protecting the views from the adjacent landowners. I don't feel like I asked about this earlier this evening, and I don't feel that I got a response. And I don't know if that's because the internet is so terrible this evening for some reason. I did want to make a comment on the one concern in the staff report about impervious surfaces. I don't really consider this a site that is adding imperviousness to the watershed, because the water is dripping off the solar panels and infiltrating into the ground where it falls. And they're not a large enough surface to cause, a amount of volume and velocity of water that would cause erosion per se. So I'm not concerned with that. I have seen other projects that I will not name that in Virginia that are proposing to clear massive amounts of forest to put in solar arrays. And I am opposed to those projects. But this project does not appear to me to be causing the level of land change in terms of going from, say, a forested to a non-forested state. So while I still have concerns with this project, I think that a lot of work and due diligence has been done to try to make this an environmentally compatible project. And I also think of this in the same way I think of cell towers and large power distribution systems and other things that don't look pretty in the rural area, but yet, we need power and we need phones. So I'm willing to support this and see how well they can do in terms of protecting the environment. And I think that the conditions in the staff report are quite robust and give us some of the surety that we need for this project to minimize impact and maximize success.
Do I see anyone else who has a comment at this point? Daniel.
Just a clarification on two things. There was actually a document in the packet on that I don't know if Mr. Fritz wants to speak to, that actually provided a viewshed analysis. It was provided by the applicant, I believe. It's a little hard to determine how official it is when there's a disclaimer that it wasn't prepared by a licensed surveyor, but it does claim to use LiDAR data and puts limited, according to this viewshed analysis that was provided, puts limited impacts within about a half-mile range to being able to see the site. I don't know if Mr. Fritz wants to or could maybe clarify how we interpret this viewshed analysis that was provided for the project.
So we looked at the information that the applicant provided, and then one of the slides I gave you was just taken straight from that. I just snagged two pictures from that, and we analyzed it. My opinion, and it is just that, it's my opinion based on what I've reviewed. I've looked at the viewshed analysis the applicant did. I looked at the topography of the area. I visited the site, so looking from the site out. I think the visual impacts are more significant in the immediate area of the site. And those were the pictures that I showed you. I think the rest is really from a distance. So it's mitigated. It is question. It's a little bit like the wireless of how much visibility is acceptable. Does it need to be invisible or mitigated? But in the staff discussions and ultimately my recommendation was that the visibility is really most significant immediately adjacent and will be mitigated over time as the trees grow. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the result of my review.
So the light green in the viewshed analysis, the light green area that would be considered mostly to the kind of northeast, going back towards Batesville, was some of the larger areas of supposedly, being able to see the site from those areas. You don't feel that would be as impactful, being over, anywhere from a half mile to 2 miles away?
Really, yeah, once you start getting to that distance, it is going to change the character of the area. That is going to be mitigated over time. But yes, I don't think that was not my conclusion, is that because of that distance. And again, this is part of the issue here, is that the only tool that I really have available are the review criteria for all special use permits. And it's the substantial detriment, which is a very high test. And then you have the change in the character of the district, and you start looking at, okay, yes, you can see it, but you could also build greenhouses. And at this distance, is that going to be, does a solar facility result in a change in the character of the area different than what could occur by right? And ultimately, my recommendation was no, it's not going to at those distances. In the immediate area, yes, to some degree, but at a greater distance, no.
Thanks for that clarification. The second part that I have is more of a comment. It was just clarification that when I was referring to grasses underneath, was just ensuring that it doesn't actually state in the conditions to be native grasses and pollinators. It just says grasses, and was just a clarification that if grasses were to be reconstitute the area, that they were native in nature. And that's all my questions and comments at this point.
You have something against kudzu?
Stop. It's not a grass. Not a grass. Stop. But I've given you'll have some rye for us. I know that on ice. Anyone else? So I guess then I would just certainly add that I would encourage, if this does go forward, I would encourage the applicant to have a significant sit down with the with the neighbors who sit next to this project. I think you would be helpful to the project and to the community if you could have a deep sit down. Now that we can perhaps sit down outside with masks on, but sit down outside, to have a deep conversation about what this project is going to look like if it goes forward. I would also think that you're being challenged here by some interesting things. That the profile of the individuals that are associated with both the solar company and if given that the utility wants to come before a whole host of communities to sort of put these in, but I think it would be actually quite helpful if you could speak positively to the issues around soil and the issues about visibility. Not that they're ugly. I actually think that they're kind of cool, but I do think you need to sit in a place, as Commissioner Keller said, there's some people who are going to be, who are not going to be as accepting. And I've said before, you may not be accepting of this, but would you be accepting as a slaughterhouse, which is about to be, from what I understand, the new slaughterhouse is going to be opened in Orange. And so would you rather have that, or would you rather have solar panels? And so, it's not for me to decide. It's mine only to look at this one. But I do think you'd be well served if this group were to sit down and have some serious conversations with some individuals about how do we sort of set the standard on how this kind of project is installed. And so I'm supportive of it with the narrative that we put in the transcript, that the whole thing about what are we doing with important soils, what are we doing with not sort of having to change the terrain so dramatically, but in fact being creative with the way we're doing the terrain, doing the insulation on the terrain. And then the really big one on this is so that you have people who speak positively about you and the project wherever you are. How are you sitting with your neighbors? So that your neighbors sort of say, I realize I didn't get it all, but at least I felt as if we were engaged in a dialogue, that we wrestled with some stuff and here's what happened. As opposed to them feeling like, oh, well, this is the new brand new thing that's happened. And frankly, they didn't pay any attention to what I was saying. I do think you probably want to do that. So on that note, let's see, where are we? Yes, Tim.
So I'd like to give this one more shot. And I'd like Bill to put up the high value ag soil map that he showed us.
Are you thinking of a condition?
I'm thinking of a condition to suggest, just to see what the pleasure of the body is.
That map?
Yes. I would like to suggest a condition that says that no more than 10% of those, what are they called? Prime soils are disturbed. That would get at manipulation of contours, but it would be within the bounds of really what rural Virginia and the way rural and agricultural Virginia is defined.
So are you putting that in the form of a motion to be added to the conditions?
I just would hope that we could have a little discussion about it, just to see.
All right. So comments, yes, Greg. Can't hear you. You're still muted.
Yeah, I think you need to define 10% of what? 10% by square footage, 10% in terms of volume of soil. Can you break that down when you say 10%? And then we need to hear from the applicant whether that's doable.
I'm thinking of the land area. So square footage, acreage, whatever. It's a way to encourage thinking about this in a different manner.
Aaron?
I think that is feasible. I have the same question. Is it practicable? Could the applicant actually do that? I saw the map of the prime soils that overlaps with all of the arrays and access to the site.
Louise?
So it might also be helpful to define what you mean by disturbed. I mean, does that mean they could not install panels on a slope? So I think if we define what we mean by the amount of disturbance that's allowed.
I would just jump in and say that I was talking about the total prime soil area as defined. And I was talking about square footage, acreage, whatever. And I certainly was hoping that the solar panels would be applied on top of that, but without having to scrape any of the topsoil. So this would be an encouragement to think about creative ways to plant the panels, if you will. It would not preclude panels being completely covering the prime soils.
I think that's a helpful clarification. I think I would be supportive of that.
If I may, if the commission wants to do something like that, you could provide staff direction and we could work on that before going forward to the Board of Supervisors to try to come up with the language instead of trying to craft that at 9:30 tonight.
Tim, is that a thumb up?
Yes.
Okay. So Karen is kind of frozen. So what's happening in Howardsville is sort of freezing her. Karen, are you still frozen? Can you hear us? Does anyone have anything else that they'd like to say while we're seeing what Karen's trying to get back in?
This is Ricky, the engineer. I just wanted to mention, I don't think that's a good idea.
That's kind of, thank you, Ricky, but it's not. Let's appreciate your comment, but we're not.
My apologies.
Yeah,
Understood.
Okay. Karen, are you there?
I think that would be hard to figure. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think the 10% issue would be difficult to determine tonight as someone who does a lot of site planning. I think that would need, I think the commission could express simply that it wants to minimize disturbance or removal of prime agricultural soils. But I don't think we can get a specific condition articulated this evening.
But go ahead, Tim.
I'm comfortable with that. I was just putting something forward to try to get us to really force discussion of this and force the applicant to have to really think about this other than saying it would be nice not to.
So I think we've got staff instruction here that I think where we're coming from, what you're saying, Tim, and what you're saying, and I think what Bill is saying is that, Bill, are you looking? I can see you shake your head. Yeah, okay. So that you do have enough sort of with this conversation that we have here, be engaged with you to engage with the applicant to try and present something to go to before they goes to the supervisors.
We will do our best to engage with the applicant to try to come up with something, and we will do our best to share what your concerns and comments and tone, and the board will have the benefit of your minutes also. So we'll try to give that to the board.
But I do think that Karen's language that she proposed would be a way so that it actually would be a condition, as you know, it would be the beginning of a condition from us that you would then refine and work with the development team on. I mean, I don't want to preclude them from this, but I want them to understand how important this is to many of us in the county.
Okay. Karen, can I ask you to?
I'm happy to add that language. Yes.
Do you have that language?
Yes, I can add that to the.
Perfect. So since it's you,
Yes,
would you like to make
I can
the
pull
motion?
it from my brain because I work on prime soils.
Okay.
Sure.
It's your court now to make the motion.
I'm planned to do so if my internet will hold out for one more minute.
It will.
I move to recommend approval of SP, what? Are you ready?
Yes, we're ready. Go for it.
Okay. I move to recommend approval of SP 2021000001 Midway Solar with the conditions outlined in the staff report and an additional condition number 20 that the applicant make every effort to avoid removal or disturbance of prime agricultural soils as depicted on the map provided with the application.
There's a move that's been moved. Is there a second? Of course I can't say. Tim, did you second it?
I will, but I wonder if we should have a clarification that makes it clear from the get-go that we're supportive of solar panels being on top of those soils. Karen, is there a way that you could work that into it?
Well, by minimizing well, I'm not sure. I think more work would need to be done. I don't know enough about how they're going to place the panels physically to
And I
wordsmith that further unless someone else does.
Bill?
Speaking as the staff that's working on this, we hear what you're saying, and we will take the condition and the totality of the conversation to put this all together to work with the applicant and ultimate condition.
Thank you.
So I'll second.
You'll second it. Is there any additional conversation, discussion? Is there a roll, please? Roll call.
Yes. Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Randolph,
Aye.
Ms. Firehawk,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Aye.
and Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Now, Bill, we have another one that we need to put up. And I don't see it here, so could you give it to us? Thank you. Oh, okay. So, thank you, Bill.
It would be the one on the right there.
Yeah, we got it. Thank you for circling it. Is there a motion for this, Karen?
I move to find that the facility proposed in SP 2021-0001 is substantially in compliance with the comprehensive plan.
We have a motion. Daniel, this time I saw your hand the last time. Do you want to, we have a second by Daniel. Is there a conversation or discussion on this one? May we have the roll call?
Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
Mr. Keller, Ms. Firehawk,
Yes.
Mr. Randolph,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is passed again, and we know we're going to get some broadband down near the Howardville. We just got to get us some broadband down there for you, Karen. Somehow we're going to, if we put it in a canoe and ship it up to James and just do it that way. So this is passed. Let's see. I need to see a waving back. Where are you? There you are. Wave. Let's see. I see Danny, but I don't see Bob. Oh, there you are. Fine, thank you. It's hard at this time of night because it's all, you're starting to blur together here. So you've heard a deep discussion about our positive inclination for this project and projects like this, but you've also heard us say things that we believe that you can improve it because you've got the skill set and you've got the desire to do so. And so hopefully you will work with Bill and the rest of the team to sort of move forward and put together a project that's both helpful for you, for the industry, and for your company, but also for our community, because there's probably some other fields that you care to be involved with, and you might just have to come back before us. So have a good evening. And thank you, and continue to do some good work around these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your all's time and comments.
Good. Moving on. And thank you, Bill. Thank you for stewarding us through this whole process. It's much appreciated. It really is much appreciated. Yeah, gotta find a.
Oh, Bill and Bill.
Hmm?
Thank you. See you. Yeah, thank you. See you all later.
Do we have any committee reports? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Do we have, was that a peace sign, or do we have any committee reports? So I have one thing that I'm going to ask Charles and I have spoke about. I sit on the LUPIC, which is this reconfigured city, university, and county, and we've been talking about a bunch of things which are more sort of for our knowledge than anything else. But recently, over the last two meetings, the university architect, who I think is doing a fine job, and some of you will disagree with me, but I think she's doing a fine job, has shown us what they're doing on the Ivy to Emmett Street corridor, and then also this new building that is being put, those of us who know where the Dell is. And so they're not doing away with the Dell, they're just going to move the Dell to a place that actually works probably a little bit better. She showed these projects, which I think give us an insight into the new built environment of the university, which I will share, I find very exciting. And she and Louise have said that they'd come and give us a presentation to the Planning Commission if you'd like to see that. And I suggest that these are two major sort of movements forward in what the university is going to look like. So I'm asking Charles, Louise, and I will sit down and see when we can get a presentation from Alice so she can see what they're doing there. It's really exciting. Probably be after June, because the BOV needs to put a stamp on it, but after June, I'd have her come here and give us a presentation, I think. And I frankly find it extraordinarily exciting. Louise, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think we'll be happy to do so. And we do ask that around the second week of June or after the second week of June would probably be a better timing, because there are a number of things that are still being worked through. And we actually want to bring those here as well, because it completes the thinking behind the Emmett Ivy corridor and the programmatic developments in that area.
So that's something I think I will enjoy us being able to see that as a commission. So that's the one thing that I can share with you. Anything else from a committee report? Okay. Charles, you have any updates for us?
No updates. There was no board meeting last week. We got a board meeting tomorrow. And then we have a nice little 1 week breather. We'll reconvene as a commission first week of May.
May 4th. So hearing nothing from anyone else, if there's no old or new business, then we will adjourn. And for those who were saying that they couldn't get their vaccine because they weren't old enough, as of today, you're old enough, because the governor has reduced the level by which, so everyone here is now part of the old enough crew. So go get your vaccine if you can, please. But until then, mask up, be safe, and watch out for the ticks. See you all in don't laugh, please. It's not a funny thing. I'm gonna come looking for you when you get a tick-borne disease. All right, everybody. Oh, we're going to Rick's house for some rye. So everybody show up at Rick's house for some rye soon. Okay.
I only have kudzu.
You only have kudzu. We have ported kudzu.
I hear that makes a good old fashioned.
All right, everyone. All right. Good to see you, Daniel. Daniel, welcome back. Good to see you.
Happy to be back.
Yeah, good to see you.
And healthy.
Yeah. Bravo.